Good morning and welcome to the Davidson County Board of Commissioners for Thursday, March the 4th. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome everyone here today. Thank you for being with us, and we're anxious to work together to make this county even better than it has been. It's my honor to do the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you'll bow with me. Amen. Dear Heavenly Father, first of all, we praise you. As we approach a new year, help us as we deliberate the best way to designate the finances of Davidson County. We thank you for the helpful advice of our staff, and we ask for meaning and purpose to our labors. May we respond with patient, gentle words, but most of all, help us to live wisely in this world. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we move forward, could we do a roll call for the meeting?
Yes, we need to do a roll call. And welcome, Fred.
Thank you.
Commissioner Elliott?
Here.
Commissioner McClure?
Here.
Commissioner Shell?
Present.
Commissioner Shores?
Here.
Commissioner Toole?
Here.
Vice Chair Yates?
Here.
Chair Watford?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. As we adopt the agenda, Mr. Smith has requested that a closed session for personnel be added to the agenda as item 4B. Are there any other changes to the agenda? May I have a motion and a second to adopt the amended agenda?
So moved, Madam Chair.
I have a motion. I have a second.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor? Well, I believe we're going to do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Elliott?
Yes.
Commissioner McClure?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Shores?
Yes.
Commissioner Toole?
Yes.
Vice Chair Yates?
Yes.
Chair Watford?
Here.
Thank you.
Items for deliberation. We're in the budget workshop now, and Mr. Smith will lead us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, is there a way to pull that up and I can see it where I click and...
Yes, you, hold on just a second. There you go.
Okay, thank you. You all have these packets at your desk, but I'm clicking it also for the folks that's in the crowd watching. This is our annual budget retreat. We go through this every year to try to get a glimpse at this year's budget we're in now, next year's budget, and the good thing about Davidson County is we take an outlook for several years out in the future, so we don't just kind of look at next year. It's a multi-year approach. We've got a lot of different things we're going to move through quickly. I can do this very quick. I can do it at your pace. This is your retreat. So anytime you see concepts or anything that I go through, you want to stop me, just stop me. Because I'll zip on through, obviously, because I see this stuff every day. Try to make these retreats as informative as possible, but also be mindful of all the information that you receive. It can at times be information overload, so I understand that. The other thing is, real quick, when we go through this stuff, remember this: we've got multiple funds in this county. I use that counting term there. We've got general fund, which is the big one that the tax rate drives, but we've got other ones, special revenue that are driven by grants, the landfill, for example, which runs on fees, sewer fund, which runs on fees. I'm only going to really focus on the general fund. This retreat's more about that for the obvious reason, because that's where the tax rate drives. So there's a lot of other funds as we move through the budget process that we deal with. We'll start.
Is it working?
I may have to go to
There we
the
go.
podium.
Now let's see if it'll go.
Let me start with the current year. I always kind of take a look at where we are now and then take a look at the budget for next year and then just keep moving forward down the line. And we start with the big numbers first. I always start with tax values, kind of like a funnel. Start high and then kind of work my way in.
There we go.
If I can.
Casey, you might need to point this way.
Oops.
You might be too far away. Just tell me when to go.
Okay. So on page 3 here, what we've got is tax values and the tax rates for given years. And we've got it back for, I can't do that math in my head, but maybe about 14 years or so. I got it circled in the bottom right corner, a couple of things I want to highlight. What you've got here is the tax rate and then the total value broken down by its components, real property, business, motor vehicles, and then obviously the total, and the change amounts from year to year. Not change amounts going horizontally, change amounts from year to year. If you look down at the bottom right-hand corner, our average growth, and it's been creeping up here lately. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. It's always hovered around 1.5%, but now we're at the 1.43. If you go take your eyes up from that, you'll see in year 2008, I want you to see a number that's going to become an important theme as we move on in the morning. You see it's a rather large number, $2 billion, 20% at that year. That was a reval year for that year. So during that time, the tax values went up and the tax rate stayed at 54 cents, but the change amount of that was almost 20%. So I want you to remember that number as we move through the morning because it'll become important later. When you move down the line, you see 2015 and 2016, a lot more flat numbers because that reval year, it was basically flat. We actually maybe lost a little bit of value and juxtaposed against years past, so it's what we call a flat reval. It didn't grow, didn't lose much, kind of stayed the same. And then at the bottom, you kind of see, I want you to kind of remember this number in the bottom row, 2022 estimated budget. Slide your eyes over to total and you'll see $14.3 billion. So kind of remember that number as we move through the morning a little bit. If you can jot it down, those are key numbers to remember as we set the property tax budgets moving forward. Cool. And that 1.4% growth is also, again, creeping up a little bit. If you flip over, number 4, and I'm trying to, Jason, you might have to, if you can move this. I might be there because it's pretty close. Stay with this theme of revenues before I even touch expenses. What you're staring at here is a little bit of history and the adopted budget for now and the estimated, what I'm going to call base budget. And I'm going to describe that term later on in the morning. But the base budget for what we have for revenues. And I circle in red the tops because those are as you're going to see later on this morning, that's what's driving the change in revenue. Really, these 4 pieces. Property tax, what I call base sales tax. And there's a reason why I call it that, because it's all the other articles we've collected for eons. And then 2 specific articles we started collecting in the last few years. Article 44 and Article 46. 46 was the quarter-cent sales tax approved by the citizens back in 2015-ish, I think. That went to debt goes to debt to Oak Grove High School. Again, we'll touch on these topics as I'm just setting the stage. But I circle those for a reason because that's what drives the change. Down at the bottom, if you see miscellaneous, you also see a big jump. That's the Davidson County Airport relief deal. Remember we approved that last fall?
Yeah, last fall.
Where we were able to help them out with some of their debt obligations. So that's a one-time hit for us. It won't happen in future years. But I circle it because it was a major change. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, I circle another number, the fund balance number. Whenever you're building a budget, you set your property tax estimates, your sales tax estimates, and at the bottom here's all the other components of revenue we have in the general fund. Grants, charges, licenses. We transfer money in and out. But the one number that doesn't really count on the actuals is what do you fill the gap with to balance the budget? And historically, we've run around $3 to $4 million, as you can see. Maybe slightly more next year, and in future years, depending on what we do with the jail project, it may move some more. So I will get to that. We have historically plugged the hole to budget that when we start to build that process, but we have not had to use it. So remember that there's a difference in using it to budget it, but then actually using it when it comes time to balance the books in actual terms at the end of the year. You flip over to page 5 here. So let's start with the big one, property tax. And so this is just a graphic representation of the last few years, what's been going on. The growth has actually started to increase just straight up year over year. With no tax rate change, you can see real apples to apples here. And then our budget, as you can see, kind of lagged behind a little bit, but moving up. It was 1% a couple years ago. Now we're probably getting closer to 1.5%. The difference between the green bars and the blue bars, we'll also talk about that a little bit more. That's for, again, part of this is having several reasons. If one of our goals or stated goals by this board's always been to maintain the tax rate. Well, in order to do that, you have to think a little bit further ahead than just next year. You got to start thinking about year 2, year 3, and year 4. If you were to budget all this growth, come next year, you can see what the problem would be. You would have an issue. In other words, the growth may not cover the sustainability of the expenses running the government. So you got to be real mindful of what we put in the budget, and we'll talk about how that gets designed here in just a minute. So it's purposeful, is my point. Flip over to the next one real quick. And so the next big one we have is sales tax. And what you've got here is the same graphic representation, and you've got it for all 3 articles. So the blue bars are this base sales tax with the 2 articles from the state dropped on top of them. And if you look in the 2021 adopted budget, you see the bar's much lower. Well, that's the COVID effect. That's what we reduced down when we adopted last year's budget because we weren't sure what the economy was going to do. The economy will hit this source worse than any other that we talk about today, because this is all based on consumer spending. If you look, and I've circled these for you, the articles at the top, the 2 articles of the gray color and the orange color, they are devoted to specific things. So the Article 46 is going to debt for Oak Grove High School, and then the gray, or the orange, sorry, the Article 44 is only used for economic development and education. So we chip in on the per pupil spending with these funds. We chip in on the capital for the schools and the college with these funds. We pay for our memberships to EDC with these funds. We chip in maybe on the county money that we give Davidson Works, because again, that's economic development, it's people getting jobs. So those funds are spread out a little bit and designed for, if the state ever wanted an audit report, there you go, there's where we spent the funds, we adhered to your rules. But again, and those funds have also, as you can see, historically started to creep up. The debt for the high school is now being cleared by the Article 46 funds, and we'll take the difference in future budgets and start applying it to the pupils, start applying it to capital, as we talked about when we approved giving them the funds 3 or 4 meetings ago, because we don't want those funds building up in our fund balance. If they do, then you've got folks saying, you're not spending the funds, etc. So we're going to continue to apply them. It's just a race. You're actually just racing yourself with estimates, because I can't predict from year to year exactly what the number will be. So we're going to creep it up as part of the budget. As you can see, we made just under $4 million in Article 46 last year. The budget anticipating 4.1. Article 44, 3.7, we're going to anticipate 3.9. So we're going to try to max those 2 articles out, is my point, so they don't collect up and fall to county fund balance. The difference in the blue bars is the same premise as the difference in property tax. Again, not getting greedy for obvious reasons. If the economy were to go down, those blue bars are going to go down. So we're always mindful of that. Try not to get ourselves in a jam as we build budgets moving forward, but also it helps us with major capital. This is how we fund our capital program. If we're not going to move the tax rate, this is how we do it. We have funds available to shift to the capital program, and that's how over the years we've been able to build schools, build sewer, and keep the county capital functioning correctly. And also, if we're saving, for example, again, go back to the jail project. We already know we're putting funds aside to do whatever we're going to do. This is how we do it. Flip over to number 7. In our office, we've got a little tool we like to use for these 2 components, and then a component on the expense side. We've got property tax. We call this the dashboard in our office, and you're getting a glimpse of what it looks like. We do a lot of graphs so we can just see it easy. There's a lot of data driving behind these, by the way, but again, just for visual. And then we've got one for sales tax. So I think most of you have seen this before, but Commissioner Shores, you're new to the board, so I'll go through it just a little bit and describe this. What you're seeing here is the blue bars, and I'll start with the property tax in the top left corner. The blue bars are taking the budget for property tax and spreading it based on what the prior year's actuals came in. So you develop what you call a baseline, an estimate of what you think every month. What I should be collecting this around this every month. We know the blue bars in August are going to be more because of all of the escrow payments coming from mortgages and things like that. And the early pays, because we have the early pay incentive. They come in and pay. We get majority of our money by September, cash-wise. And then it tailors off, as you can see. The green line is actual. what is actually comes in that month. And sometimes, as you can see, for August, the green line landed dead on the bar. It may be on September in a prior year. I don't get too worried about that as long as it kind of levels itself out. The point about revenues is you never want the green line below the blue bars for very long, because that means what you think the estimate was is not correct, and reality ain't matching. You'd love to see, like sales taxes you see below, same premise, you have a dip on it because you actually have refunds out to nonprofits, and that's expected. But as you can see, going from October, November, December, January, February, the green line is clearing the blue bars. So again, you don't want that inverted. We'll see in a minute with salaries, opposite effect in just a second. We're up about 2.5% on property tax year to date from where we were last year in terms of collections, and this is how we see it. We know real easy when we look month to month. We're running ahead, we're running behind. And on sales tax, we're still clipping off double digits. You know, it's been that way for quite some time, and it's been that way across North Carolina. I haven't seen any dramatic downfalls, and I don't know that they're coming. I'm not going to try to be an economist and predict, but it hasn't always been this way is my point. You know, when I first got here 6-7 years ago, we averaged maybe 3 to 5% growth. So in the last few years, it's doubled and somewhat maintained that. But again, it's not something I want to start building the future on and banking on that we're going to grow double digits in this source forever. That is our quick major look at revenues. I won't go through every source because, again, I'm zeroing in on those four. You'll see in a little while, that's what drives the county, those four sources. Anybody got any questions?
I got one question on page 7. When you look at the sales tax there, does that run pretty true about every year as far as, not necessarily the exact numbers, but the percentages of it, monies collected on the sales tax, does it run pretty true as far as those months?
No, it's pretty erratic. It can get wild. It's and that's why I said it's not a source that you want to get. I'm not trying to use political terms, liberal or conservative. But you don't want to take liberties with that source and get aggressive in terms of budgeting all that you think may come, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Because you can get yourself in a jam. Say, for example, and I'll play with round numbers. Last year you make $26 million in sales tax, mm-hmm. and your budget was 22. Okay, but you see you've got enough room and your year to date's running pretty good, as you can see, and you think, you know what? As the budgets come in from departments, you know, we can afford to add a few more positions. We can afford to do a few more things. And then all of a sudden the economy takes a downturn. We are stuck with the expense, but no revenue to back it up. So, and this one will be the first one that'll take a nosedive. And so I've always kind of been taking the approach to be very conservative with these things here. Move them a little bit, but move them in intervals, you know, and be very mindful of that. Property tax is very stable. It comes in on time. It's almost like clockwork because of the nature of how the collections are. It's tied to houses mostly. All right, on the expenses now, so the general fund expenses, if you flip to page 9, we've really got, we spend a lot of things in the general fund, but our major expense is on people. Our major expense in the county is our staff. And, you know, when you think about staff, you've got the salaries. We'll talk about this in a little while. You've got insurance, you've got retirement, workers' comp, things like that. On page 9, what you're looking at is the same dashboard, but just for salaries. Not overtime, not part-time, just salaries. Because again, we've got a certain amount of authorized positions in the county that you all have approved, and it's, you know, Jane's going to pay out the checks to the people that work here every month, whether there's funds available or not. They work here. And so this number has to be correct as well. Just the inverted side of the revenues. You've got to get this number right, and you got to make sure you're not overshooting or overreaching. So on the blue bars, again, this is our planned, what we think our payroll will be every month, and the two big bars are our 3 check months. So we got 26 pay periods in a year. The green line is reality, and you can see our predictions are fairly good. They land pretty much dead on top of the blue bars. You have a couple months where it's a little bit different, but if you look up at the top, I've got the numbers here. So year to date, our projection for salaries was $22.3 million. Our reality is just under 22. So you hear me use this phrase, lapsed salaries. You probably heard me say that a million times in this room. That's lapsed salaries. And so our lapsed salary out of $30 million payroll budget is $325,000 right now. That's very tight. Historically, when I first got here, it ran as high as 7 figures. That is no more. I have, over the years, taken and squeezed that down through what we call vacancy rates. You've heard me use that term as well. When I build the salary budget, I load everybody that works here based on the number of authorized positions. Only the board can change that number. So if it's 902 or 903, whatever the payroll system spits out, that's what we're going to put in the budget to start with. And then what we do is we go look in the big departments like DSS, Sheriff's Office, EMS, a little bit in public health, and we say, and we try not to do the small ones because like my office, we have no turnover. Nobody leaves. So there's no point in putting a vacancy rate on the county manager's office because we don't have any turnover. But the big departments do. So we take an estimate, we kind of take a guess, basically, at what we think the overall vacancies will be in that department for that given year. And then we back that number off the full load, if that makes sense. So you load everybody in, and then if DSS you look at the previous year and say, I think they probably run on average 20, 30 vacancies for the year. You add up based on, and again, you won't know what position that is. You just take the average position salary in the county times 20 positions, and then you look back at reality. You say, what did the salary budget really land on last year? And if the two numbers are fairly close and you feel good about it, that's what we go with. But that $300,000 you see here is after we take all that into consideration. And you don't want it zero, obviously, because then we don't really have any leeway. If something messes up, we have nowhere to go. 300 was kind of, when I saw that number, and obviously I see it every month, that's kind of pushing it for me. So I think what I may start building this future budget on, I may back off the vacancy rate just a little bit. Because as you fill vacancies, you've got to pull back. You can't put a negative number if you're not running them, obviously. So it's an ebb and flow. As I build budgets every year, I pay attention to this.
What do we do with that positions that's created through maybe a initiated grant?
They usually,
certain positions that's going to expire by next year. How do we?
They usually, I say usually, they practically all do. And I think Lillian and Trish could speak more to this. If I'm not mistaken, they actually have folks sign knowing that they're entering into a grant position. And then when that position turns over, it's out. We don't do revenue, we don't backfill county money on grant positions. Okay. That's why we pay attention to the grants before we even apply for them. Okay. Because in the fine print of a lot of these grants, particularly in law enforcement, you sign and it'll say 3 years I'm willing to give you the grant, but on year number 4, you probably gonna have to do it. And then you say, well, that's 4 years from now. And then also you realize, well, if I kind of say no up front, obviously no harm, no foul. But then if you say no, you're also subject to, well, you're never getting that grant offer anymore. So it's a balancing act. But I have been in jurisdictions where we funded grant positions for 2 or 3 years and then had them pulled out from underneath us and had a big bill on year number 3 or 4 and nowhere to go. Whether to make a decision to cut the positions with live bodies in them sometimes, which is painful, but there's no revenue, and it's usually a big bill.
Do you project for those, just in case you decide to keep those positions? You have that, like your projected budget for after the grants expire?
Well, because we automatically assume when the term's up, they're all over the schedule in terms of where they are, but we don't assume we're going to keep them. So, and what you're seeing right here in this graph is all 900 and I can't remember the count, 902, 910 or 911. Like this is all 900 some positions that work here.
Okay. Casey, what would you want that number to be? The way I'm figuring this is only 7 positions.
Yeah, well, what it's telling me is I have factored in practically all of the vacant positions in the county.
And I'm saying the 325, where do you think that number should be?
I wouldn't want it 0, because then if it goes...
I get it, but like say 7's pretty close to me. I mean, because, we pretty short in several departments on the employees, so...
Well, and you got to remember, too, lap salary is also one of the ways, I go back to what we just talked about with revenue, it's one of the ways at the end of the year we have funded some capital. We have taken lap salaries and funded some important things. So I don't want it 0, 3. I mean, I'm okay at 325, 5-ish. I don't like $1 million either. You know what I mean? That was too much. Because then what happened when and Mr. Shell remembers this, remember the year we wanted to flip the shifts in EMS from 24 to 12. That bill was $1 million. You remember, well, Mr. Shores wasn't here, and Mr. Elliott wasn't here, but instantly. That's how we did it.
Okay.
It moved, and also remember this, a pay study. We're on year 3 of a pay study, so we're about to finish it this year. The total bill for this pay study is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.5 million. This is how we've done it. So we've absorbed, like a sponge, some of these things, and what it's done is squeezed us down. And you don't want to go, when you're squeezing, you don't want to go to zero, obviously, because then you have no choices. And as I think I told y'all when I first got hired, you always want choices with money. You don't want your choices made for you when you walk in the door. So I try to leave y'all plenty of ways in the future to have ways to maneuver, to do things, because I know the tax rates probably is that important as a goal of the overall board. So leaving places to do things is important to me. Flip over to page 9, or sorry, 10. And this is one of the most important graphs. If you hear anything I say this morning, this is my favorite in the whole deck. Because it affects today and the future more than anything we've got in this entire deck. And I'm going to keep bringing this slide up as I move through the morning. This is your debt. This is your debt that you have right now and going out for, as you can see, 20-some years. The blue bars is already committed. It's already been approved by past boards and some for this board, like the courthouse. So it is done. It is like a mortgage. Once you sign the papers, now you got to pay. The green bar is basically the jail. We'll talk about the specs of the jail later, because I'm not trying to turn this into jail committee. We had a jail committee meeting the other day, and we had a good discussion. I'm talking about the finances now part of it. So the jail piece, at the proposals we last saw, that's what it would look like stacked on top of those blue bars. So you can get a visual. And it's still, obviously, I colored it green so you can see that, you keep your mind on the difference between the two, and it's still up for debate. The blue bars are not. You can see next year we don't have any technical scheduled debt, although I had to include the courthouse. So we've obligated, I didn't color it green. In other words, it's already done. So the debt service budget is your annual obligation, like your house payment, for your total debt. And next year's budget's got to creep up a little bit, again, the difference of the 972 to cover the courthouse. Next year, in 2023, because we're building 2022s right now, that's why I call it estimated, 2023, if we stayed on the trajectory we're on, and that's a big if, I'll say it like I want to make sure everybody understands that, a big if on what we're going to do with this jail. But the green piece could possibly start kicking in depending on when we sell debt. It's all about timing. So we're trying to juxtapose that against the courthouse. What I really want you to pay attention to, and I try to put a little red thing there, or whatever you call that squiggly thing is, to get you to see here, after you get past it's like a roller coaster, as you can see. You peak out at about $18 million. If you do the jail at a $53 million price tag, etc., and then it starts to go down because the blue bars are clipping off year after year after year after year. They're going to go down. Your debt's going to start to reduce. And as you get into 2026 and 7 and 8, I'll throw some numbers. I'll tag it to this later on in the presentation. You're going to get some significant, what I call relief, capacity, however you want to call it, on your expense side of your general fund budget. And that's going to help you even more with choices. Whoever's in these seats at that time will have the ability to do things and hopefully do them with maintaining tax rates. And that's not that far away. You say, that's like 5-6 years now. By the time the jail process is over and we're doing whatever we do, you look up and it's over, we're going to be at that point. So it's not that far away. So this is a very important slide because, again, and as you can see, as you get to the back end of this decade, the debt reduces down to just barely over $8 million a year from a peak out of $18 million a year.
What do you got, $3 to $4 million a year figured in for the jail?
Roughly. I mean, it's jumping around based on the amortizations, but yes. And so imagine that. You build a budget and you go into it every year with a $3 million to $4 million whatever you want to call it, slack, whatever you want to say, going in, and then the next year, same thing, and the next year, same thing. For a significant period of time till you get to the back end of this decade. Now, this all can change based on this board adding more things to this. I don't know of any other project that's going to take us down the debt road other than the jail possibly. I'm not saying there's not any more out there. I'm saying, but remember that as we move forward through the years and in budget and board meetings, we start talking projects that are big dollars that require debt. You know, that changes these bars, or it changes the green piece anyway. Those two things are again, we spend a lot of money on supplies and things like that, operating, assistance programs, et cetera, but those two things what drive the cost.
Casey, that kind of brings to mind, I've heard, Commissioner Yates, Commissioner Shell, and Commissioner Truitt. I've heard almost everybody on the board talk about maybe the new way of thinking going forward to think about ways that we can build revenue. We've got some business owners in here that own their own business, and y'all done a tremendous job. But they think about business a little bit differently than me because they have built successful businesses, and they know about how building revenue. So maybe some of the projects that we have in the future, I know some of the things that we're working on right now, with the Parks and Rec and everything like that, are creating things that could possibly bring people in to build revenue. So when you was talking about that, I just wanted to give a thanks to y'all for, kind of pushing the board and the county towards that direction, because they could really help, our children out in the future.
Well, to tag on to that real quick, I'm not trying to belabor it, but yes, I'm not going to make any bones about it. That donut hole there, I think we all would like to see some quality of life projects move forward. And we may have to deal with some school issues. I'm not sure what the coming years are bringing, but that donut hole is a way to help with those issues. So, and I'm not saying stop. We don't do nothing till then. I'm saying we just got to be mindful. We're entering that roller coaster peak side of this with the jail project. But once we come on the back side of that, things change.
It shows you got breathing room.
It does, and it also shows this. Again, Commissioner Yates, you'll have to help me with that meeting you attended. Was it with the Treasurer's Office that referenced other counties and their borrowing capacities and things that they were looking at? I don't know. I've worked in big counties where we didn't have modeling techniques or strategies or whatever as we're doing today. And I'm not tooting my horn, all that's not me, et cetera. Some of this stuff was built here before I got here, infrastructure-wise. So you got to thank, Zeb, long before me. He put the things in place, the tools in place. But the way we look at things, where we don't just necessarily get caught up on just next year. I've worked in a lot of jurisdictions where we just look at next year. You gotta, if you're playing the debt game, you gotta pay attention. It's like buying a house. I don't think any of you ever bought a home where you just looked at next year and said, I can afford that payment for next year. You gotta factor in forever, or at least look at it that way. So we do an outstanding job of that, while paying attention to the details. I'm not sure how we do it, but we get away, we've done it. So whatever we're doing, I suggest we don't change. That gets me done with the current year. If everybody's on page 11, I'm going to focus now on next year, what I call the projections.
Casey,
Yes, sir.
question on that past slide. If we do a reval every 6 years, that means in 2029 we would be doing another reval. Is that correct?
Yes. Or third.
And that may improve our revenue on that side. I know that's a debt service there, but it may, if we're averaging 1.43, we could project maybe 1.43 through that year. That'd give us some additional revenue. I think it was Chris that was talking about revenue. I can barely hear y'all except for Casey. I can hear Casey good.
Point well taken, Commissioner McCoy. Thank you. Yes, you're right. 2029.
Of course, that could go up or down. So,
well, it could, depending on the housing market. That's the big what drives it mostly. So, on 12. So again, we're going to take this in two pieces to do. I'm going to show you, give you a glimpse in how I see when I start. And I start the budget process, getting ready to build stuff to start having conversations with departments, which is where I'm at now. In March, I'm already in the budget meetings with departments, and I'll just go ahead and tell you, when departments they start balanced to zero with these numbers, I turn them loose, so to speak, to put their requests in, and I don't, that's for them to submit to me their requests. I end up, and this year, I'll just go ahead and tell you, I'm $8 million upside down through the requests. And as I told Commissioner Shell yesterday, in the next 30 days, I'll have to make that number zero. So I've done it every year of my life, so I guess this one will be no different. But through talking with them, I will tease out what, some of that $8 million is got to go. We need to do it. And some I can wait. And so I'll have, through those conversations, I get a pretty good glimpse in, I'd like to put this in the budget, but you see how it works at $8 million out. If I put something in, I may have to remove something else out. It just kind of becomes that game. So the budget you get in May, that's why you end up seeing sometimes I add positions, and you may be thinking to yourself, how do you do that without adding more, still keeping the revenue slack? It's by pulling some other things maybe out during these conversations. That's what the conversations are for. On the revenue side, so again, I'm using the big categories here, but I'm breaking down that sales tax so you can see those two articles, and I circle them there in the middle. That red box change amount is 8.9 of the whole change right there. So the change is in that box, is my point. If you added all the other numbers up, it's going to basically net to zero. And when we predict a little bit of change, like intergovernmental revenue, if you remember, a year or so ago, and this is another, again, a smart strategy that I'm glad y'all helped me get enacted so we can get out of this. We have always used a portion of the school's lottery to fund some of those blue bars on that debt in the past, to the tune of about $1.6 million a year. That's covering part of that debt service, so county money don't have to go in and pay for it. Well, the problem is, as you can see with those blue bars, eventually you can't say you can't. County money don't have to go. Sorry. No, it's fine. You can't use their money to cover blue bars that the blue bars aren't there anymore. So we've talked about this. We need to start building a strategy, and yanking $1.5 million out of the budget and replacing it with county money is not an option, not immediately anyway. So what we decided to do is, you know what, let's pull 150 out a year slowly over the next 10 years so that at the end of 10 years it's gone. And we're not relying on it, if that makes sense. And so that's why you see dips in things like intergovernmental revenue, because that's what it is. It's intergovernmental revenue. We start to build the practice of, you know what, we're going to pull 150 out. We're going to pull 150 out slowly but surely. So we don't get caught 10 years from now realizing, oh, Lord, we got $1.5 million we're using in school lottery funds, but paying for no expenses. Well, that's not fair. So, and explain that strategy to them too, get them to understand over time this helps you pick up lottery funds, which also helps us because they can use it toward capital. So anyway, the red box is where the change is, and you can see it's property tax, base sales tax, and the two articles. So the budget's anticipating staying with the just under 1.5% growth. We're going to put the base sales tax growth to about 6%. You saw what it's trending at now, double digits. So we're creeping up, but we're not comfortable going to budget 10, 11, 15%. We're looking at 6, and that's putting it kind of back to the pre-COVID way of thinking, like maybe about March or April, a year ago, basically. And then for the Article 44s and 46, we're going to do what I call max them out. We're going to budget what we actually, get closer to reality of what we collected last year. We're going to try not to lag behind. So none of that money falls to our fund balance, and then we have to figure out how to keep track of it. And then if the schools need it, et cetera, we try to get it all out of here because that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to go to the debt for Oak Grove, and then we told the citizens we would use the difference to fund any other education stuff. And 44 is for economic development and education, either or. And we've done a variety of economic development things with those funds, and we're helping with some education stuff as well. So again, maxing those dollars out.
Do you allocate those monies based on need or based on per student?
It's all, well, if I help use a piece of it for per pupil, it's per student. It's contributing to that $1,200. In other words, instead of the county fitting the bill for that, I've used part of this to help, which helps us obviously. But it's to get rid of, it's to move these funds out and pay for use them the correct way that the state said, but it also is to help the county. You know, it's and supplanting of that was never. We don't go back and pay for old prior per pupil. Does that make sense? That would be supplanting. We do the future. So you know what I mean. So if they ever said you're using those funds to pay backwards operating dollars you gave to schools, no. I'm using it just the difference now. That's not supplanting in my way of thinking.
Is that pretty balanced as far as the three districts?
Yeah, it has to go. The per pupil is all three. It's down to the penny.
That's awesome.
A little bit more fund balance maybe as we move forward. Instead of 4 million, 4.3. In the past, we've had 4.7, close to 5. I've been here where we've had it down to 2.7 one time. So, you know, we're going to have to use a little bit more to start to stomach some of the debt service as the roller coaster starts to creep up the hill a little bit. But we may not use it, and we haven't historically. And then obviously you can see what I just described a minute ago, decrease some of that intergovernmental revenue as you do to decrease in the need or the use of their lottery funds. And we match that to the debt. So you get to a number here where we think, okay, base budget, this is what we're going to be from 132 to 141. You say, oh, that's a big jump. Remember, it's COVID. We pulled it all the way down to 132. We were probably at about 137 or 8 last year this time before we pulled it back some more. And when we pulled it back, we dropped all this sales tax down. And then if you remember, we came back during the year after we watched it for a while and we appropriated it back. And we gave it back to the schools, and we did some for the pay study and all those kinds of things. So, you know, not seeing any evidence of any slowdowns, I'm willing to go forward with the budget as is now. You know, we'll deal with it. If it went bad after July, we'll do the opposite and deal with that. So if you take the 141 and flip it over on the next page, I'm sorry, 145, because it's 141's excluding fund balance. So if you take the 145 and start it at the top of the next page on 13. What we're going to do now is we're going to deduct and do the expense side. What do we consider things we're going to put in the budget, what we call the base budget, that pretty much we're going to assume is we're not going to negotiate, we're not going to argue about now. Argue meaning, you know, amongst us staff. So again, we go through and look at personnel first. Load all the personnel in. You see the big number there in the change, it's because of the pay study. So I tried to break it down to the right. You've got a COLA amount at our 501.7%. I'm staying with 1.7. I'm not going to move it right now. Averages out to the county at about 3%. And you remember how that works. The more money you make, the lesser the percent change is. So it kind of looks like a teeter-totter. We got a full year cost of implementing year 2 of the pay study. And then you've got the vacancy rate change. I'm pulling back on it a little bit. So the number's going to go in the opposite direction. So there's all your change right there. That accounts for that. What that tells you is we don't do a lot of reclasses. We don't change people's salaries in the middle of the year. So it's, you know, basically on dead on the middle of the number.
Reclassification?
Well, all reclasses have to come to this board too. So I mean, but we don't do a lot of them. You know, if you notice, once we get past July, you don't see a lot of stuff on the agenda about changing positions around. It don't happen because we just don't do it. The COLA is expected to be just over $1 million. Just so you know, I kind of put that as a bullet there as well. Insurance. So let me get to that one real quick. We still got the high-cost claim insurance stuff going on. And if you remember, a small group of people can drive, Mr. McClure can help me with this, it can drive a biggest percentage of your change. It don't take much. I do think I've got it a little high. I went aggressive with the insurance because in years past, I was a little slack. We have a fund for insurance, and it carries a reserve. And that reserve amount, I in years past, where I probably need to move, I'm just say, the brokers come in and told me you might need to move 8% to cover, you know, all of your administration costs plus high cost claimants. Well, I may have only moved 4. Well, and then that year I had problems and I had to eat off the reserves. I've got the reserve down to a number now. I think it's about 2-ish, 2.5. Jane, that close. So it's hard to believe I can remember all these numbers in this place off the top of my head, but $2.5 million, I'm not comfortable losing anymore. Does that make sense? So in last year, I got a little more aggressive with what the general fund's got to contribute to run our insurance program. And so that cost the general fund, as you can imagine. Well, I'm starting this base budget with the same assumption. As you can see, double digits. I don't think in reality the growth is going to be quite that. It may be half that. So, but I'll see as I go on, and if I get in conversations with departments, if I have to pull a number down, that may be the one I go with. But I don't want, what I'd like to do is be able to build a budget that you get made with the double digits in there so that I can get ahead of what I lost in the past. And have the ability, again, have choices for myself, you know what I mean, for myself. So retirement, we got more mandated retirement from ledgers and sworn officers coming out of Raleigh. I think this might be the last year of the big jump, and so next year maybe it'll just kind of slack down. It's all driven by the Treasurer's Office looking at the viability of the retirement fund and realizing that local governments ain't kicked in enough over the years. That's basically what it amounts to. So we've all had to pay more. We want to continue with, if you move down the red box there, for these operating budgets, we got 1% we're going to assume we're going to go with the per pupils. We're going to cover some of that with that sales tax. I've got the debt in there, as you saw, for $972. That's got to go in because now we got to pay it. I've got the major capital for the schools back to where it was when we cut it out and then put it back a few weeks ago. So I'm kind of starting them off flat with that place. And I'll go with the pupils. I'll increase the pupils. And then the operating piece of it there, and you can see in the red box, that's mostly driven by contracts. And the big one, I even kind of broke it out there, is jail stuff. It's jail medical, it's jail food, etc. I did get Airmark to squeeze down to 1% change on what they were charging for food. They wanted 3. I said I'd do 1. So we kind of got them where we wanted them. The medical, I think, was 1. They wanted 3. I said 1. Actually, Airmark gave me a nothing. They went 0.
Yeah.
And I bought onto them, so I'm good
Medical
with that.
was 1%.
So all those contracts have to come on this board, but 0 for food, 1% for medical, I'll take it. And I put it at the bottom, what a penny on the tax rate is, just so it reminds you. But that balances the budget. You can see at the bottom it's hash. If you just include these things in the bullets to the right, if you go with the pupils, if you go with the personnel, again, we're not talking about adding positions right now. We're talking about just where we are. If you just annualize all the stuff that's associated with personnel, and then you put in the debt, you put the capital back for the schools, and you kind of do an estimate of some contracts going on around the county, that's where you basically take all that revenue you just made from the previous slide and it's gone. We're at net 0. That would be a balanced budget. And that would be an absolute, what I refer to as basically flat. There's nothing changing but these 5 bullet points on this page. Now, the budget getting made may not, it's going to have to include these 5 bullet points as well. It may have some other things, and those other things we'll have to figure out a way to pull some things out to make room. Any questions on base budget? That's operating. That's general fund operating, and that includes everything, by the way. You're seeing numbers rolled up at a high level, but all of our outside agency stuff we do, which is not very much, as you all know. I mean, we contribute a little bit to rescue squads, we contribute a little bit to the forester, EDC, TRIP. That's about it. But that's all of
Question, Casey?
Yes, sir.
When we were looking at the revenue, I don't know that I saw that bump for when we start collecting the revenue from Eggers. Was that factored in there?
It is, and I got a slide for Eggers coming soon.
Okay.
It is, but I'll explain that in just a second. So that gets us to the next big piece of the puzzle for the county, and that's our capital improvement plan. So I'm going to flip over to 15, give you a start high again, zoom in on some projects. This is a snapshot of what the capital plan, 5-year capital plan kind of looks like. Got general government projects, education projects, sewer, and landfill. Landfill funds itself through the fees that are generated from the landfill. So projects, that's how we replace all the equipment out there, basically, as you guys know. So the general government's the one I'm going to focus on. That's why I zeroed in on a red box. And it's largely, as you can see, $63 million. The bulk of that is what we've got programmed in now for the jail, the $53 million number. And so that would leave $10 million for county things. And it's EMS bases, windows at Cecil School and Colonial Drive, the things we've all talked, inspection system, variety of issues. At the bottom you see, so you've got it balanced here for all 5 years. But the problem with the plan is, and it does have a little bit of a problem that'll have to be ironed out over these 5 years. If you look at the bottom, you can see the sources of funds paying for these things. The top one's called capital reserve. That's a fancy term for cash. The rest of these things, you've got enterprise funds, that's landfill. So again, the landfill budget balances from the top. I didn't circle that. You've got some grants and some things paying for these, and then you've got the debt line, which again, if you look in 2023, the biggest part of that's all the jail, every bit of it.
Hey, Casey.
Yes, sir.
I got a question. In one of our meetings when we were talking about this, and talking about the new jail, Commissioner Yates had mentioned one of the biggest expenses that we're gonna have is the operations of the jail. Is that included in that?
That's not in this piece. I'm getting to that in a minute.
Okay.
That's not in, this is just
That's
the
gonna be a
capital
lot of
side.
money.
Right.
Yeah.
This is just the debt to build the building.
Okay.
Or do whatever. Again, you've got to remember, we're a long ways from that point.
10-4.
And the last number we saw was the last one I got.
Okay.
But you can see, I circle the debt for a reason. I'm going to get to the operating in a minute. But the plan, what I want you to focus on is the plan is $75 million plan, by the way, in total for 5 years. Well, again, the bulk of that, you know where it's coming from. I want you to zero in on that $18.7 million of cash that it's going to take to fund this plan, what I call fully fund the plan. If you look at the note at the bottom, you see how much we have in reserve. So we've got a little bit of a gap there that's going to have to match sooner or later if this was the plan we started to enact. And where does that cash come from? The previous slide you saw. So if you take money from the future of those slides to fund any other variety of things, which this board can certainly do, you're taking it from this plan. Flip over to 16, and I'm going to break this down a little bit further by project now, instead of just looking at it at 30,000 foot. It's basically now I'm breaking down that general government piece, because again, the landfill operates on its own fees, so I'm not as terribly concerned about that. There are some sewer projects in here, and if you look in the middle of this page, that's the other bulk piece that's driving, some of that. And we've always said we'll do some of that as the demand comes. So I push those back to the back end of this plan. They're obviously not at the front. And as we move forward, our next big sewer project hopefully will be extending down 64 down to Davis Townsend, and because that's economic development and education at the same time, we can use some of that sales tax money we just looked at to help build that one. So it serves a dual purpose. That's why it's a great project. But anyway, some of these other ones will move back. We'll keep them on the board. I don't want to lose them, but I don't know what we'll do. We'll just basically, again, we'll deal with them as they come. The red box is the year I want you to focus on, where you can see, again, the jail's driving that. The bulk of that. And if you look at the bottom, you see new detention facility, $5.1 million, and then the next year it comes on heavy. That's the debt to build the building. And at the bottom, you can see the cash that I would have planned to put into that. The cash coming from the previous slides. There are a variety of other county projects. We still got one more year of our server replacement project. We've already did the first 341. We got to do the second one. And we were replacing 10 or 15-year-old servers in this place, the heart and brains of our organization, basically. And again, I got inspection system, I got the windows left in there. I can move these things around, and I have. And it's based largely sometimes on the facility committee conversations, things we decide to do. You just kind of move them around. The EMS bases have moved because we've had some ideas to come up with certain things to alleviate pressure, QRVs and all those kinds of things. So I just kind of moved them, but I didn't take them off the board.
This $7 million for the airport runway taxiway, that's grant money.
Grant, and it flushes out at the bottom. If you look, it's the exact same numbers in there where it says other sources. Same, so that, you're right, that's a wash, but I put it on here because it's got to go through our books. But it has no effect because it's money in, money out.
Also, just thinking out loud here, we may need to take a look at not the Cecil School. Okay, I'm talking about the Colonial Drive. That's a small budget for window replacement, I guess, in 2023, but that building's in pretty rough shape, so we may, again, going back to the capital thing, that's where things move. we may decide to do something with the whole building, you know?
If you remember, we talked about I was kind of, you're right, that's why I pushed it back one more year, but we're dealing with piping issues possibly. You know, we fixed the roof on one, and we also talked about that pitch and brick thing, because to me, I go back to, the reason why I hadn't pressed the windows with the facilities committee is, if we're gonna, I call it pitch and brick, I don't know if that's the right term, but to push the water, we realized the water's coming in on the windows. Well, it doesn't look like to me to replace the windows and then have the water still come in on the windows is a smart move. Let's push the water away, then do the windows. See if that's part of our problem first. So I think Dwayne and Alan were going to deal with that first, see how it affects things, and then come back. But between the two buildings, I mean, it's $900,000 worth of windows. But we already know piping is going to be an issue too.
Well, I'm saying some of this stuff could change. I mean, we may need a whole new building over there.
Right.
You know, and then there's something we had.
I think it's where we left it at, and Fred may remember, but I think that's where we left it, that we were gonna get some kind of comparison studies on
What it'd take to get
renovating
the
that
building.
or what, opposed to the cost of a new structure and what the floor space need was and all that. And we're still waiting for that to come back.
Commissioner Shell, the space needs information has been sent out to all the users for that building.
Okay.
And they're starting to come back in.
Yeah.
So, but I guess I'm just trying to make the board aware that, that this is where these surprises come in, that next thing you know, we gotta build a new building over there.
And that's where the facility committee earns their money, because they flush these problems out, and then it hits this board, you know, and we gotta get it right, because you're right, it's the unknowns is what cost you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get to where you think you're gonna do $900,000 worth of windows, but you really got a $2 million piping problem and windows.
And you gotta build a
And
new
you don't
building.
want that surprise to come up on the board and say, well, we thought it was $1 million worth of windows, but in reality it's $2 million. It makes a big difference. You know, so we try to get the planning part right to hit this document. Then it's just a matter of moving stuff around.
Are we still using the top for storage?
Most of that stuff's cleared out. There's a one room with some files in it. I think DSS files or the sheriff's, but it's mostly cleared out. Pretty much gone. Yeah, and that's been a conversation at the FC is. I mean, I think we'd all, if we had an endless amount of money, love to renovate that area, but it could be used, but it needs a lot of work. As you know, I mean, you've seen it. So, but it's definitely clean now.
Well, what pushes the cost on that building is on the Historical Society too.
Right.
Which one, the Colonial building?
Colonial Drive, yeah.
It is.
So they tell us what windows we can put in. We don't put what we.
And I wanna get up there and look around, cause it just brought to my attention the other day that that's a very difficult building to maneuver and work in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I
There's some
mean,
closed
It
quarters
is,
in
yeah,
there.
you wouldn't believe it.
you know,
I just went up and had a meeting with Tisha the other day, and looking around the building, it's obvious it's going to take a ton of work, and I mean you button hooking around crooks and corners and everything else, and I think just her office alone or her department alone is in 3 separate sections of that building, so.
Always presented a security challenge too. Now this is where the virus has helped. Traffic is low. You know, especially up there on the second part where the DSS folks come in.
who all works up there? DSS?
Davidson Works, Tisha, DSS, and I think
Probation parole's
might
in the
have-
bottom.
yeah, some
Juvenile
state
justice.
folks in there.
And then, veterans is over there.
Yeah, right, I forgot Rick has an office over there as well.
Veterans is over there. What about, you said state folks, which state folks?
Probation,
Probation
Oh,
parole.
okay, yeah.
juvenile justice.
I knew they was over there, I just didn't know. So, you know, like I say, when I heard it was a difficulty working in there, it's just not laid out well where it flows good for work, then that's a problem. I mean, if we got a good building that's got bones, I don't mind fixing them, but if it's a difficulty trying with the workflow, then it may be something we need to take a look at, so. Just so the board's aware, and that's not gonna be cheap. And you know, we looked at the old Thomasville Furniture Building at one time, Casey, that may have been, I don't remember if you was here or
That's
not,
before my time, but I think Zeb mentioned it to me.
of doing something, but anyhow, okay.
This, Commissioner Elliott set this up perfectly for me. So 16 is the debt side, flip over to 17. And I won't read all this stuff, I can just do this kind of at 30,000 foot. 17 talks about a little bit down here in these notes about the operating side. And so the first project on the list, obviously, is the jail project. The Mosley plan basically calls for a 3-level structure at 576 beds to total, get you back to total. You know, not worrying about knocking some off, I'm talking back to total, with a 650 core. building the core out a little bigger for the future. And that gets you to the $53 million. To figure out what in the world it would take to run that, again, as we all know that's visited these jails, it depends largely on what type of supervision you pick, so that drives a lot of it. But to get some number on the table that I can get planning for, what I just did it basic. I took what we spend county money on the jail now and got it down to a per bed cost, and then extrapolated that number out to the difference to get me to 576. That's basically what I did. I have no idea if that's the right number. I know it shouldn't be any worse than that number, I would think. And then when I plan for finances, I always start with the worst case scenario. And if it's better than that, great. So I don't know as we work through it, and I want to make sure everybody understands that these numbers are planning numbers. The jail committee is working through that. They've gave the sheriff's office some homework things they're going to bring back to a subsequent meeting soon. And we've toured some jails, but this is planning for now to try to get it, and really not to hash out the jail piece of the ins and outs of beds and security, because again, we'll do that at the jail committee. This is for the finance pieces of it. The server replacement part down at the bottom, that's cash. Again, we got another year of the 342. You saw that on the board. You see where the funds come from. If you flip over to 18, and I'm picking the projects that really are going to have an effect next year, not every one of them.
Just real quick, one thing that we're talking about here and why I think that's closer than what we think to being accurate is because right now the jail is using their own maintenance staff to maintain that. We're going to exponentially, increase that number of the people that can take care of the facility with something of this size too. So that would be added in there also. In theory, but and the good news is maybe what you get, and we've talked about this at the jail committee. I mean, the members that are here today know this. As we work through this process and figure out a hybrid of direct or indirect, we may find a way to, on certain parts of it, not have as many staff. That makes sense. Okay.
And then so the cost is going to jump around on this thing. But to get a planning perspective, as we're approaching 2023, which we're not far off, I've got to start zeroing in on, because I've got to show y'all what would happen.
That's true.
That's what you're interested in. What if we did X? What might happen to me? And I can't do that if the number's bouncing all over the place. Mm-hmm. So I start with the worst number we can possibly find, and then we go trim it down.
Good number you just showed me was $16,000 per bed. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if whatever that number, we spend about four and a half in county money on a jail.
I think the way you equated your number was $16,000 per bed.
And that's probably pretty close if you divide by 297, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a very good number. My question to you is, what all does that include?
Everything. Staff, contracts, everything.
Food.
Yeah, food, the whole 9 yards.
Power. Whatever it takes.
Everything in their budget.
Wow. So $16,000 a year per inmate is what we spend on.
And then
the biggest variable.
That's not counting the roof over their head. I'm sorry?
The biggest variable in there, in that 16,000, is going to be whether or not they have direct supervision or indirect supervision. Right. Because the more direct supervision you have, the less personnel you're going to have.
But to hit it, Commissioner Elliott's point, this is an important distinction. To plan for the worst number is important to me because that number is what's going to affect the 54 cents. Well, the debt too. If you build the 53 and you're able to clear the roller coaster, that's fine. Here comes the next piece.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Staff, it's really staff mostly. But, and the way to get it, and then your next question is if you say 16,000 a bed, okay, that may be the worst number we ever see. Hopefully.
Yeah, let's hope it is.
Yeah. Then you try to figure out, okay, how much staff do we think that will equate to? So out of that county money, Commissioner Yates, staff is a portion of it, right? Mm-hmm. Some percentage. So I just took that same proportion and extrapolated that as well. And that's how I got to the estimate of...
Yeah, 4.4 million.
Well, no, of the amount of staff.
48.
48
new
staff.
officers.
Now, again, that gets back to Commissioner McCool's right, indirect, direct, but that's my initial attempt to guesstimate. start put pen to
And you
paper.
got to start somewhere.
You gotta start somewhere.
that's right.
Time's a ticking, 'cause it's getting closer and closer and closer and closer.
So
And
when
the-
you look at cost per day per inmate, that you were talking about, Todd,
Yeah.
you can't do that, because what a lot of people don't understand is the less, inmates that you have, the higher the cost per inmate.
Well, this is per
Because
bed,
you
per
cost-
bed,
Cost to
but,
operate the jail detention facility is constant. It doesn't change by the release or addition of an inmate. It's constant.
right.
You still got your overhead, still got your.
Yeah,
personnel.
I mean, what we had it listed, I said inmate, but he had
Yeah, I
a
understand
bed,
what you're
so
saying, yeah, but
it's.
And right now, 'cause we're running lower inmates, it would be more per bed probably, but this is assuming you're full at 297.
It'd be more per inmate. The bed stays the same, 'cause you got the same amount of beds in there.
Beds don't move, but I guess in theory, if you had an inmate in every bed at 297, you know what I
Right.
mean? So it's, yeah, but he's right, if the inmates go down, the price actually per goes up a little.
Yeah, and I agree with that. The one thing that affects us too is the liability where we have to bear the cost of the medical expenses when they're in our, and that's something that Commissioner Shell, all of us has fought, and we can't stand that somebody can come in with a pre-existing, case of whatever, and then they get sick in our holding, and we have to pay that full cost. That's terrible,
And, just for information, the total jail budget's 4.8 million. So
4.8.
that's 16,000 per bed. That's about right.
That's what it is now?
Dead on, yeah.
Oh, wow.
4.8.
I'm gonna toot my horn, I said 4.5.
That's
It's amazing how many
It's close.
things you can remember in your life if you try hard enough, right?
my wife demands I remember.
So, but that's what the budget is now, so it's gonna double.
It could.
Theoretically, sure.
Again, go back to that worst case. So I think we ought, as a jail committee, remember that number in your head.
Yeah, I
and
like
we
knowing
plan,
that
we gotta
16,000 number.
try to work to come backwards a little bit.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna affect everything we do moving forward, but, 18, go ahead.
Hang on one second. How much is that per bed now?
We have what,
297.
297? Let's see.
'Cause you could be low on that number.
Yeah,
You're right.
If I got my calculator.
16,197.
Oh, you ain't far. Yeah.
You ain't got no faith in me, do you?
Well, right, I
Press
think
the
I've seen
verify.
it. Yeah, I think I've seen it now.
Verify.
I think I've seen it. You already had that calculated out, so I'm sorry about that.
So, flip over to 18, I'm gonna zip through just the projects again, we just mentioned these, so, we do at some point in time need to look at a new inspection system. I think the staff down there, Todd and Jennifer's working through trying to find some, demos, because we're on the old, Xerox. We upgraded it a few years ago, gosh, that's been 6 years ago now, it feels like it was yesterday. It's probably ending its time to be useful, so, and that'll obviously pay dividends for people out in the world using it and being at contractors and everything else, so. Has an indirect effect on business. And then the window replacements at the bottom, just again on the board. Whether we do that, we will bring these things to the FC separately, does that make sense? There's not a budget that come May you approve that this money starts flowing into. It just stays in the plan till we start moving. So the board's, usually by the time it hits the agenda, the board's seen it several times, everybody's understand this is what we're gonna do. But the FC is the great place to start, because Commissioner Yates is right, they work through the details of, do we need to do the windows now, do we need to do the pipes, do we need to pitch it, et cetera. Those are great conversations, and that's one reason why the FC, again, I say it again, they earn their money. Flip over to 19, Commissioner Yates pointed this one out. Again, big runway project, the strengthening piece of it. We got the lights done already. That was a big ticket item the state paid for. All this had no county money going in it, by the way.
Wow.
And so this is a big economic development type project here. But it's strengthening the runway in basic terms means that more airplanes holding cargo, or better cargo, more expensive cargo that lead to economic development can come in and use the airport. And that's why the state's interested in it as well, so.
Casey, does the board know that we have a new business out at the airport? The new, jet repair business or airplane business?
I don't think so. Anybody that does, Jason goes to those meetings now, I've been able to relieve myself of them, but no, I mean, y'all got anything to share?
Jason, you may want to share if you.
I'm trying to remember the name of the business.
Sky Aviation.
Sky Aviation, that's right. Yeah, they just located there,
I believe it was in the last month. And that, I'm trying to recall also the nature of their work.
They do an engine repair, interior repair, they buy and sell aircraft, pretty expensive aircraft.
Yeah.
They're trying to work a deal now, I think, with the community college and some schools to do aviation, to teach kids or whatever. So it looks like, and we just got word the other day, they want to build a 40,000 square foot hangar out there to do more work. So there's potential there. I just wanted the board to know that, it looks good for the airport. So.
Well, when we extended that runway, didn't we have to buy some property there?
That was before my time.
For this, going back up the hill, that's one of the challenges, I think, with the run. If I remember, Commissioner Jason's probably more update on it. The length was an issue for the state. They've had concerns. How they're gonna work through that, I don't know, but.
They condemned that BP station.
Yeah, that was the project previous, when I used to be going to the meetings. We back up the hill, the BP station, the gas station.
Yeah, that happened
They did condemn that and take over. That was for the lights. If you ride by there now, those lights extend going back up this way toward the fire station.
They cross over the interstate.
Cross over the interstate.
Yeah, and so I think the concern now is going the other way a little bit. The state's working with the airport's engineers on the length of the runway. Is having an effect on
the size of plane that can come in.
The plane that can go on it, basically.
And we got a little bit of an issue there, just brought to my attention the other day. There's some old stacks at the furniture plant on the opposite end of the runway toward Lexington. So that's really, they mark it on the aircraft guides that let you know that there's obstacles. Sticks up pretty high, so we may have some work to do there if we can. It's a privately owned building, but to get those stacks going. But I just wanted to bring it. They just I just was nominated to go on the board 3 or 4 months ago. There's a lot of potential growth for the airport out there, and with some of these bigger companies coming in, that's the way they move back and forth. So I just want y'all to know the committee may be coming to this board in the future wanting a little help with growth, but I think it's probably needed when you start seeing these big companies come in that require jet air travel, most of them,
I think just to kind of go back, on Commissioner Yates's comment there, just in general, what I have seen in the most recent 3, 4, 5 months or so with the airport authority is a focus on the economic side. It's really focusing on commercial, kind of even looking at if they build T hangars, they want them to be able to house commercial planes, and to have some of that capability there. So there's a very honest focus towards that direction. So I think that's a fair statement.
They was contacted not too long ago by a big corporation that most would know that wanted to move their plane here from another county, very close county, a neighboring county. But, the tax revenue on that plane, I think it was about a $60 million plane. So that's tax revenue on $60 million in one hangar. So I don't want the board to lose focus that I think the airport's really got potential for corporate growth. And just keep that in mind in case we come in front of you for a few dollars. It won't be much, but we need some growth there. So. Or we want to make sure we keep growing with the times.
You don't want the airport declining.
No. Because like I say, you're talking about these companies that coming in. I mean, you got $750 million, $1 billion company or $350 million company. These folks are talking about a lot of money, and they do business different than we know here in Davidson County. So, and the airport is a big part of that. Who knows? The airport may be drawing them, the partial part of why they come in here. So.
And kind of the old planner in me coming out, and Scott will appreciate this too, is the proximity of the airport to the interstate.
Right.
A lot of places don't have that. I mean, I worked in Alamance County, and the Burlington Alamance Airport, it's on off the interstate a little ways there. I mean, it's close to 40-85, but still, you gotta drive about 3 miles or so to get to it.
Oh, like the one in Randolph County. I mean, I flew in and out of there quite a bit, and it's down country roads for 10 miles and not really any interstate that goes through there except 220 or the future 74. But the proximity here, proximity to Charlotte, Greensboro, Winston. So
And then
Thank
taking
you, boss.
Burlington Alamance, I mean, they got LabCorp kind of started into there, and it takes a seed, you know, something has to start in there, and then it starts to grow. So, I think it's exciting for the
There's
airport.
potential there for sure that we hadn't really thought of, and I hadn't thought of it much, but like I say, we're just now starting to go to big corporate, as far as what I'm concerned, since I've been on the board the last 4 years is the corporate. You know, who would have thought we'd had $1 billion company coming here, you know, I mean.
Well, can our airport get, or can larger planes land here than they can in Asheboro or something like that?
Probably about the same, I would guess. But like I say, I agree with Jason, it's the proximity here. They like being on the interstate. Of course, it's not very far from the industrial park. So anyhow, I just didn't take that much of y'all's time, but.
Hey, Todd, do y'all have, room for expansion? Like,
Yeah.
for another, that's awesome.
Yeah, we got, right now, we just had this, got a price for the civil engineering for place for 6 more hangars.
That's perfect.
Then we do have room for this guy if he wants to build, a 40,000 square foot hangar. So, we're working on a couple different things, but.
That's good. Yeah, thank you.
The crash course that I've had in airports in the last year, to Commissioner Trull's question, I think part of it is the length of the runway, but also the strength of the runway to be able to handle the weight of the planes, and the velocity that they come in at, so.
Well, we still have the medical,
Helicopter, that's right, yeah, and that's been a good move, but, you know, I think, Kimberly-Clark has a 550, a Gulfstream 550, and so that's about the biggest. They do make a couple a little bit bigger private jets, it's bigger, but they've been in a couple times to our jets, so that's probably about as big as, or the other jet I was telling you about a while ago, I mean, that's about as big a personal jet, as long as they can make it across the ocean without stopping for fuel, that's what they're looking for, but most of those planes are the $55 to $80 million range, so that's what they pay for them, yeah.
And the Pike Energy one, I'm not sure what plane that was, but that was a significantly, it was a high value, yeah.
It stayed here for a year or so while they was,
yeah, I think it left, they pulled it out in May or June, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Was there a reason we lost that one, or?
It was temporary.
Their corporate headquarters were in Mount Airy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
the Pikes are from Mount Airy, and I think, they kept it at Winston-Salem or something, and they was building them a new hangar, and
Stations or something.
Yeah.
something happened, I don't really remember, that was before my time too, but.
But it was always known to be temporary, that was why.
And that's the thing, these companies want their plane, and that's why I'm saying you can't mess around with the airport, because they want their plane close by. They not, most of them are not going, I mean, if they build a facility here, they want an airport close by where they can get in and get out.
That's perfect.
Everybody with me? Need a break or anything? Or
Sorry for the
It's okay.
lengthy
No, it's
discussion here.
Step out just for a second. Y'all can continue.
If we go on to 20 real quick, 'cause I'm actually getting close to wrapping up.
I'm gonna go get a biscuit.
Take a break, all right? That's fine.
Or not a biscuit,
This little gatehouse.
I wish I was gone. I'm ready to finish up. When he said he got ready to finish up, I am
Didn't want to
I ate too much of them croissants, kinda taking time.
into the Davidson County, keep Davidson County clean.
Keep Davidson County.
Commissioner Yates, I 100% agree with you. Man called me the other day and was very upset. Said that he brings family members that comes in from out of state, and they love that drive down 109. And apparently, four-wheelers is tearing the sides of the roads up now, and they're leaving trash everywhere. So,
Madam Chair, is that a program still run through TRIP? Or is it run
Yes,
through TRIP?
it runs through
So those of you that are on
TRIP.
TRIP board, they're submitting their budget to us here soon, I assume. We hadn't seen it yet, right,
But no,
Jason?
he sent it, I thought he sent it in last Friday.
Okay, well, does it have anything
He
in for
left
this?
it flat because he just was afraid to ask me, but I know Keep Davidson County Beautiful, he showed us a couple of weeks ago. They've got a lot of upcoming opportunities, and where they've done things out in the community, they actually have some folks that have come and joined them. So they're getting, the membership is growing, but still, that one small group can't hit the entire county.
Well,
They're trying to get some like community efforts up.
And I'll talk to some of them. It's something I talked to Commissioner Shell about the other night. I just happened to have this little brain wave go through, whether it's good or bad. But I don't know what kind of token money I'm talking about. How much do we give them now? 2,500? So, I was thinking maybe $10,000, and here's why. I think maybe, and me and Debbie's been talking back and forth with Mr. Ivy, they would like, maybe if Keep America Beautiful could go through Adopt a Highway to some of the organizations like the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, church groups or whatever, and let them adopt a certain amount of highway. And maybe then Keep America Beautiful could pay these organizations so much a shoulder mile to keep them clean, not what the state's paying, because these contractors has got insurance and liabilities and all that, but at least these organizations could raise a few dollars and help keep the community clean as well. So.
I absolutely love that. Do you know who keeps up the rest stop? Exit 91, if you're heading towards Thomasville, there's a rest stop over on the right.
That would be the state.
The state?
And they've got staff there.
Because I'm going to tell you,
They have staff there.
I went by there the other morning and looked off on the side where the trucks get back on the highway, and down that side is just covered in trash. And, that's something we need to do. I back you 100%.
Well, like the state would have to continue to do the 85s and the big highways, but if any of these, and these organizations can adopt more, and I was going to call Adopt a Highway today and see, but I don't know how long a stretch they let you adopt. I don't know if it's a mile or 2 miles.
She sent me some information this
Okay.
Vice Chair.
Side is 1 mile.
1 mile?
1 mile.
And what we need to do is, I talked to Pat Ivy about this before, but what we need to do is to get the folks that already have the signs up, Adopt a Highway, to clean the highway. Because a lot of them are just putting it in memory of so-and-so, and then they don't do anything about it.
Well, and maybe that's
So
feet. And Lee sitting there, he knows too. He serves on the side. And we thought about this. We've been trying to hash out a way to help clean up the side and Keep America Clean. Keep Davidson County Clean does a wonderful job with what resources they got.
And they've really got, I know COVID really slowed them down, but they've really got themselves up and running, and they've got a lot of projects. They just know that as small as they are, they're hoping to get out in the community so we can get some community partners that help in other areas. But Darlene Bailey from DOT did send us something this morning about getting volunteer groups, some training that they would like them to take. And I think that we can actually, from what Pat told us several years ago, we can get vests in bags, I think, from the state.
We can.
If we organize projects ourselves.
Really?
And we set them out, and the DOT will come pick them up.
That's awesome.
We did a Tall Pines Road cleanup 1st of February, and we left 30, 35 bags of trash on the side of the road. They came and got them. It is pandemic. That's what Charlie, Brushwood, and Scott, we get calls all the time about the condition of the roadsides in the county. And Mandy Kaiser has kind of taken the reins with Keep Davidson County Beautiful, and she's organizing a lot of stuff, and we're getting a lot of fresh faces in there. I was Lori McCoy from the city of High Point, their recycling coordinator. She and I cleaned up some of the Rain Brown was out there, and Mandy and some other folks. So there's projects going on about every weekend right now that people can get involved in. It's just trying to get the word out to everybody.
And I haven't had time
in addition to the bags, they'll also provide the vest and the little grabbers,
Yes.
so you can get those as well. The stretch of 52 up there for where I come out on City Lake Road all the way up to Beesicker Road is just one solid mess. So I'm in agreement that we need to try to do something. That one thing I'd like to see is how we do this without the citizens coming to expect the county to fund all of the trash pickup.
I think to keep, when you adopt the highway, you're supposed to, it's a quarterly cleanup, I believe. You're supposed to clean it up 4 times a year. And I know Keep Davidson County Beautiful adopted the stretch from the city limits up Highway 8 to about where.
Motor Cars.
Past March Motor Cars, and COVID knocked us down. We were doing that quarterly, and we haven't been able to do that recently, so hope to get back on that.
Well,
Took advantage of one of our PPE loans from the county and bought a bunch of PPE stuff that could be used on all of these cleanups and anything that Tripp did, so there's a lot of that already in place too.
Yes.
So what are you proposing to add to the budget?
well, you know, either we can add 10 or we can make it a total of 10. Like I say, I want to give them some money, and I just talked to Mandy this morning a little bit on text, and she said they was trying to have some fundraisers and that kind of stuff. Well, if they're trying to have fundraisers, that's taken away from the time that they can be organized and trying to clean up these roads. And again, what I thought about this morning or last night with these adopt a highways, maybe if y'all got a couple volunteers that can start hitting these businesses going,
Yes.
you know, can y'all please adopt a highway? Focus, I mean, you know, let's set a goal and try to have 50 new adopt a highways by the end of the year, you know. But another thing I thought about too, the pandemic has made the trash worse. That's one reason it's worse.
You're right.
Yes, it
And I
has.
just thought about that last night too. The pandemic has caused more to-go orders. Everybody's buying food to go, you know, so that's compounded as well, so.
And one other thing we've talked about too is that with the schools not being fully in session, a lot of the groups that normally would be looking for community service hours that would be great to use for these projects, they're not meeting. And I'm sure that with the, you know, even though these kids may belong to some of these clubs, they're not expecting them to do some of the things that they've expected them to do in the past to be a part of. So hopefully within the next couple of months, once schools, the high schools especially, really start coming online, we'll probably have a lot more of those little civic groups in the schools that we can probably get involved in Keep Davidson County Beautiful to really
We
help
are
out.
getting a lot of a lot of folks calling us, wanting to get involved, and we're pointing them to Keep Davidson County Beautiful right now. A lot of some folks around the lake and stuff like that, so.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, I'm thinking around $30 a shoulder mile would be a good, I mean, it ain't a ton of money, but
Right,
you know,
right.
if you can get your troops out there or whatever and clean, or who knows what that is. But again, I guess, and I'm like Fred, I don't want to take over the state's position. Of course, they got their hands full. They can't clean it all up anyhow, and they're not going to.
No.
In their budget, they're not going to either.
Right.
They're gonna take care of the 85s and the 64s and the 109, or they're gonna get the big roads, but these little roads are not. So I guess y'all could come up with a figure, what y'all think it's worth to try to get some of these, if you can get the Boy Scouts, I'd have a talk with them and the Girl Scouts and what other kind of organizations.
Cool.
But again, I wanna reiterate, if we don't see any results next year, the money probably won't be there, you know what I mean?
Sure.
We
Yeah.
wanna see some results for.
Right.
One of the things, Todd, that we might be able to do
Yeah, we do.
is, do what we're doing with the pet thing, and that, whenever they raise $1, we match $1 up to a certain amount.
You know, one of our problems, and I don't know if it could even be feasible for us. A lot of this trash.
Thought I was muted there for a minute.
This trash is when we close our, dumps on the side of the roads.
Right.
If you got trash and you come into work and the dump's closed, you throw it out. If we had a dumpster there during the closing hours.
On the outside of the gate or something?
Outside the gate, yeah.
It is truly disheartening when you do what our office does, and we're a whole lot of enforcement. I was out yesterday on Snyder Kynes Road and looking at a known complaint that our office is working with. I come around Snyder Kynes and go up to where the truck stop is, and somebody had just dumped all their trash right there on the side of the road. And we've got great box sites. You know, it's not difficult to haul your trash to a box site. It's just so frustrating. There's a mindset there. And in a lot of the discussions in our meetings with Keep Davidson County Beautiful is how do you change the mindset? Because that's when you start fixing the problem is when you change the mindset. It may be too late for the generation that's doing the polluting now, but you get into schools and try to educate the kids, because a lot of households, kids, run the show.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a pandemic issue, and we don't still searching for the solution, just like you folks are. But any assistance would be very welcome.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way you stop it's hit them in the pocketbook.
You're absolutely right.
So, it's better than you can go educate or anything. You let
Exactly.
daddy start having to pay. So what kind of authority do you guys have did you look through the mail and get a name, the trash, and get a name out or anything, or?
There are varying degrees of success prosecuting litter complaints. Sometimes you can go, and our officers have gone through bags, seen a name, and gone to a house where that address was and talked to them. You almost have to see the activity happen to prosecute them legally in court if it gets to that level, and that's the difficulty we have.
I was just sorry to interrupt.
No,
Lee,
you're fine.
Commissioner Yates, the other thing is getting the DA's office to actually get it into court and adjudicate it.
Well, I didn't know if it had to go to court or not. That was my next question to Chuck. Is it something we can just charge as a penalty?
We can issue citations through the solid waste enforcement ordinance. We can do that. But there again, once we get to court with it, did you actually see it happening? Well, I gave my trash to somebody and they threw it out on the side of the road. They should still be responsible. I'm not making excuses for them. It's just the difficulties that we're facing in prosecuting stuff with respect to roadside littering. If we're documenting tons of trash on a piece of property, which we can, that's pretty easy. We can find those people. But roadside littering is the problem and the enigma that's hard to nail down.
Unless you see them throw it out, there's going to be a dozen reasons why it's
exactly
there.
They
don't know any of them,
yeah.
So anything like that, Chuck, that we would impose a fine or somebody on, or a penalty or whatever, everything there's no way of getting around the court system?
No, we can certainly impose a fine, but for enforcement of that fine, we may be looking to the court system. And then Commissioner Shores was talking about the potential of pursuing a criminal liability separate and apart from, and of course that's a higher standard and even more difficult to establish.
Yes.
Absent an officer actually seeing something being thrown there, you've got a hard case.
You're right. Hitting them in the pocketbook's the only way to stop them.
And living fairly close to the landfill myself, one thing that we see in our area, just the roads that we travel on, I know Charlie can back this up, when folks go to Todco and don't realize they have to pay, they just come out and find Squire Bowers or Rima Reagan or one of those less traveled roads and just dump stuff on the side. And that goes along with the paint and stuff that they can't get rid of too. I mean, they'll find a place, and the next thing you know, you've got stuff stacked up, paint buckets and things like that. And, I mean, that's been going on for years.
Does this happen at the same locations over and over?
It is.
A lot of times, yes, sir.
Can we invest in some good cameras and put in those areas?
Potentially so, yeah.
And then
I made Alan crazy one night because I made him stop.
can we?
And I told him if he didn't stop and let me talk to the man, I was coming back. So he stopped, so he could be with me when I talked to the man.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I stopped and talked to him. I said, do y'all realize what you're doing?
Go, Debbie.
All right, I guess, Charlie, a question that Don just had, I mean, is it feasible, and I don't know how big a problem y'all have with trash outside of the gate when you open up in the morning. You ain't got to run off, Lee, but we may be back to you. We may be back to you.
It's a good point, because right now and stuff, litter, it's even terrible at the landfill. And we used to have 6 inmates that would help pick up the litter. We lost them when COVID hit, so we've been trying to use one temporary person that we hire. And with all this rain and stuff, it gets really handicapped where you can walk and pick up litter. But yeah, even our road right in front of us and stuff, we'll try to pick it up at least once a month or so if we got the help to do it.
Well, but I think what Don's asking, do y'all have a lot of problem with people just dumping trash out in front of the gates because we're not open?
A few of the box sites, it's really strange, because if you ever watch what happens, we used to have a camera and stuff, you'll see people stopping and stopping and stopping. Nobody will dump it. As soon as the first bag gets set out, then everyone else just starts piling it up. So there's times and stuff, we might have 10, 20 bags at a gate, but it doesn't happen real often. And if we put a box outside the gate when we were closed, then they'll be throwing their hazardous waste in there. The people from outside the county, that'll be a free place. We're the only place in our surrounding counties that have a place to dump the trash and it doesn't actually cost them out of their pocketbook.
Okay, well, any ideas y'all think about it? We brought this up last time at the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and I just been trying to think since then, what's the answer to it? And, there's no one clear answer to it.
It's gonna be a combination.
Combination.
Yeah. Grassroots group efforts to try to get out on the side of the road, education, you know, and the situations where we can prosecute, make it visible.
We need to start doing that. If we can, we need to punch them. So Chuck, I mean, you can tell us what their options are, and maybe they know already. But I mean, I'm ready to see some $500 fines or whatever. And
I'm like Commissioner Yates. I think, you know, if we're gonna add any money to something, let's buy some of these good cameras, something that we can put up and help, and then, you know, pour that into the grassroots efforts. You know, give them a little shot in the arm.
I wanted to bring this up too. After we had our last meeting, Todd, a couple weeks ago, I actually called the contractor that's picking the highways up to see if maybe I could contract with them to help pick up the litter at the landfill. It got really bad. She said she can't even keep helping stuff because they make more money sitting at home drawing unemployment. So she's having problems keeping help.
That's true.
well, and that's why I thought, I don't know if it's church groups, civic groups, scouts. I mean, that's a way to get them some money.
Yes.
They can social distance out in that type of atmosphere as well. So at least maybe it's a beginning, and we're not asking them to do it for free. You know, I mean, they're getting money to.
They could treat it like a fundraiser, so to speak.
Well, that or
Yeah.
come,
And follow up on
publish it
what
like
Todd-
we did our PPE program.
What's that
There's
now?
funds of it, publicize it like we did the PPE program, that there's funds available for your civic group if you want to come out and help clean up trash.
Well, and not only that, the church youth groups.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, any kind of group,
Yeah.
any kind of group,
You
or
get-
group
Like
of
you said, many
individuals.
entities need to be involved
That's
in this
exactly
program.
right. It's gonna take a lot of folks to put a
And
dent
I-
in this.
And I think Pat said the state was paying $50 or $60 a mile. You know,
Mm-hmm.
a shoulder mile. So again, I said 30. Maybe 30 ain't enough. Maybe, I mean, you gotta, these organizations gotta make a little bit of money.
We started some kind of award program for like church youth groups or something, to where if they did this on a quarterly basis, and we had somebody from internal that could go out and inspect that they clean that area up, and maybe they could come before the board and we issue the youth group
Attaboy,
an award for doing that.
Yes.
So that would, or if something one little kid could take home and, you know, gives them a little pride, they would want to continue to do that.
Well, part of it would be recognition.
Yeah.
Getting it out there, getting it in the media, getting it in the news, that good things are happening. And that along with the grassroots efforts, it's about motivation, because like I said, we're getting there are good people out there that want to see that county cleaned up. It's just they don't really know where to go, and maybe some of that money you were talking about would help us get some recognition and get word out that this group exists, because we're having to point. It's several people a month, aren't we, to keep Davidson County beautiful, to, you know.
Well, it wouldn't be very hard for Keep Davidson County Beautiful to send some literature to the Boy Scouts and and the Girl Scouts and the churches for the youth groups or whatever. And but another thing that y'all would need to do is define which areas you wanted them to adopt first.
Yes.
You know, I mean, you want to get the trashier areas, you may call it, that gets more traffic, more trash, and maybe your guys in the zoning department, while they're out moving around or whatever, can maybe define those areas and say, here's where we want you to adopt first, second, third, fourth.
That's brilliant. We do a litter inventory with Keep Davidson County Beautiful. It's supposed to happen, I think, once a year. And COVID mashed that this past year, and we go out and we rate the same roads to see if we're having an impact. So we know where the dirty
traffic spots are,
areas are, yeah.
And the good thing about it, if you did it strategically, around where the churches are at, and around where the troop groups are at, then they can handle that area. And, you know, that's
Pride
around
and
their home
community.
base, yeah.
Pride and community. And, you know, since Keep Davidson County Beautiful is a county-wide entity, we were looking at your more visible roads first, the more high-traveled roads, to present a little bit cleaner image, to try to, you know, direct some efforts in that, like that, so.
Well, like I say, if y'all can get.
On the adopt a highway, if you do this, it'd probably be best to stay away from the adopt a highway, because if you do that, then everybody who's got a sign up there in the adopt a highway program are gonna be coming to you for money.
No, I don't think so. I mean,
And there's a whole bunch of them they're already picking up.
I mean, most of them are businesses or whatever that just want to do it because their business is close by or whatever. I mean, we can look at that and see, but I don't think so. But it would almost, there's some that's, maybe Fred mentioned this a while ago, just not picking them up. I mean, they got their sign there, but they're not doing it, so.
Pat had said that the last time he was here.
Right.
Vice Chair Yates, he indicated that their contract cost for litter pickup in Davidson County is $50 to $70 per shoulder mile.
50 to 70.
I wonder, he didn't their contract cost was, but they preferred to utilize volunteer groups. We didn't ask them if they had any funds available if we could effectuate some litter pickups. I wonder if
we can get into that. We can get into that with him too.
Yes,
you know,
reach out to them to see if they have funds available. If we could organize some litter pickups.
when you reach back out, I'm taking it as shoulder miles, just one.
One
shoulder
shoulder mile.
I mean, one side of the road.
And that would be whether it's one side or two sides.
Yeah, I'd like.
Okay.
I think it's one side of the road, but I don't remember.
Okay.
Well, I'll have a
It is.
conversation with
It's
One side?
Keep Davidson County Beautiful folks and see if we can get something organized.
Yeah, and like I say, if you can get to the businesses and try to get them. Now, Pat, I know he said he would like for them to go through
He would, and
adopt
they do
a
have some
highway.
training.
And I like that too, because if they adopt a certain stretch of this road, if y'all define where they're adopted, and maybe I'm just saying this Central Davidson Boy Scouts, I don't know what they call that troop or whatever, but you find an area in their area.
Mm-hmm.
And when they got a sign up there, I think they'd want it to be clean, because if it wasn't, it would reflect on the you know, that Boy Scout troop wasn't keeping their section of the road clean, you know?
Cool.
So.
And I've noticed another area, when you're looking at marking areas, and anyone that's got a railroad crossing, they are filthy on both sides of the railroad crossing. So keep that in mind when you're marking, and I'm speaking from Denton Road and Thomasville.
A lot of that.
Time a car slows down
Yeah.
or comes to a stop sign, that's where you
That's the
find your trash.
And a lot of your railroad crossings are rough, and unsecured loads fall off right there as well, so, yeah.
So that's
we'll
another
do.
thing to think about next to the railroad.
I just done $8,000. Let's say 8,000 out of the 10, and divided that by 50.
Mm-hmm.
That gives you 160 miles.
Okay.
Shoulder miles.
That's
so,
significant, yeah.
Right. Now, you gotta cut that in half, because you're doing each side of the road, probably, yeah, you would be, so you gotta cut that in half.
Figured 80 miles, so.
So then you're looking at 80 miles, and then you're looking at how many times are they gonna clean that? If you're talking about these civil groups, if they're gonna clean it 4 times a year, then you're gonna just.
That seems to be the model.
But still, you all could set the parameters and make it both sides. That if you're gonna get.
Well, no, it would need to be both sides, yeah.
That you do both sides.
It would need to be both sides, but what I'm saying about the money, y'all would need to do that math, so now we're cutting it down to about 40. You only got 40 areas out of the $8,000.
Yeah.
40 1-mile stretches. But that'd be a big, probably be a big improvement, you know?
Oh, well, yeah, if they're strategically located, it would.
Mm-hmm.
Very visible locations.
And then again, you know, if this is successful, maybe we can get more money and get more road miles, you know, different locations, so.
Okay.
But again, if we don't see any.
Right.
No money.
Sure.
As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Well, and when we start talking about youth groups and all, then we talk about liability too, because we got a bunch of kids running up and down the sides of the road.
Well, see, I don't think we're looking at any liability if they go through the adopt a highway and they take the training and, you know.
And I really think Pat, when he was here a couple of years ago and we had this conversation with him, he really emphasized that before we pushed or acknowledged or directed folks to go out and do this, or requested, that he really wanted folks to have the training. He wanted them to have the vest. He wanted them to have the bags. He sort of wanted to follow the parameters that DOT had set out to make sure that we were doing it safely. So I know he really stressed that a couple of years ago when he was here.
And maybe they have, and y'all will have to check into that, maybe they have, criteria, you gotta be 12 years old or older, or 16, or whatever, I don't know what, do you know?
Not off the top of my head, Commissioners. I do know that every cleanup I've been on, that there are vests and, you know, everybody's taking precautions.
Are there youth?
We've had a couple where there were youth.
And
Yes.
Miss Bailey actually sent me a link to the video. She says, she asked that all the volunteers watch a safety video at the following link, so she sent me that. And she sent me some safety rules and guidelines and some on bridges and hazardous materials. She did send me quite a bit of information this morning. So, or I think you were CC'd on it too, but you were probably en route here, so.
This is, I mean, it's pretty brilliant, because even if you took some of the kids and the youth group, even if they did somewhere around our parks and stuff on our, you know, our land, and they picked it up, and they could still be recognized by the board for, you know, putting in those hours and helping make Davidson County beautiful. And then the older ones could get out there on the highway. I think this is brilliant.
Be fundraisers for Boosters Club.
Yeah.
We had something going on every weekend as far as keep Davidson County beautiful. There the opportunities.
Well, the Boy Scouts get, they get badges anyway for volunteering and doing things, so this is probably a badge that they could check off, and maybe they could, once they got it, they could even come here and the commissioners could, you know, give them their badges or something to that effect, to give them a little more recognition.
Well, I'll talk to them, look at reaching out to you know, church groups and Boy Scout troops, Girl Scout troops, to see if we can, if there's any interest, if they'd want to try to do something like that.
And I hadn't thought about the boosters too. The boosters, that's another avenue I hadn't thought
Always
about.
looking for fundraising opportunities, so.
Absolutely. Okay. I'll send it forward.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
So sounds like everybody's pretty good with an additional 10,000, or y'all wanna make it a total of 10?
I wouldn't have a problem with whatever we decide.
Additional 10, that leaves them to 2,500 they got to work with now to still do what they. And like I say, it's.
How are we gonna spend the money?
I'm sorry?
How we're gonna spend the money? I mean, if we just gonna give them the money, or do we check on, see what they do, or do they do it and then we give them the money? How are we gonna distribute that?
Well, it wouldn't be TRIP, it'd be keep Davidson County beautiful. They would be in charge of the funds, and they would have to come up with a way that they inspected the roads and paid the organizations, is the way I see it. We just give them the 10,000, and this is their seed money to try to make something work or not.
And that's probably, I can't speak for the group as a whole, but that's probably a good way to look at it as seed money and just move forward from there. I don't know, without having the backing of the entire group, I don't want to speak for the group, but I don't know how they would allocate funds. I know that the Keep Davidson County Beautiful group works through TRIP, so TRIP would ultimately, I think, end up with the money, because they hold the anything that people donate or.
It's one of their fiscal sponsors.
Yes.
And we have representation on TRIP.
Yes.
When do y'all meet again?
I think we just had a meeting. They meet at the Goose and Monkey at 4:00.
Today?
It may be this afternoon.
I think it is today.
If we give them,
real quick and find out when the next meeting is.
Yeah, but we got time before the budget. But if this is something y'all not interested in, then y'all don't think y'all can follow through with the requirements, I guess you may say. Like I say, I don't really want this money being spent on anything much other than trying to get the roads
Absolutely, in
cleaned
an
up.
effort to try to improve Davidson County. I'd ask the indulgence to get in contact with the rest of the group and get their feelings on it.
All right. Somebody just texted me and said they met yesterday. Mandy did, so she must be
She must be listening.
listening to the meeting.
Getting ready to send her a message. And I'll also reach out to Pat Ivy to see if DOT has some funds that they could make available for groups.
Well, and if that works, if this works, if they wanna do this and you find it successful, then
Know that there's
yes,
funds
you
there.
know?
That's right.
If not, y'all don't wanna touch it and, you know, and I talked to one of the Boy Scout groups, a fellow that works for me is a Boy Scout leader. And he said, you know, yes, some of his troops would, some of his troops wouldn't, and the way they do it, the troops that do go out and work, they get the funds put in their little bank account.
Okay.
The ones that stay home and their mom don't want them out there cleaning the side of the road, then they don't get any benefit, from the fund that would be raised, so.
Sure.
And he felt like that they would be interested in it because it shows an avenue, another avenue to them to raise funds instead of car wash
Exactly.
or whatever, so.
I'm sure there'd be some interest.
Okay.
It'd have
What is
to
the
be.
group that Michael Walser works with?
Yeah, we
Where they
have-
Broke away from the Boy Scouts?
That's,
Anytime, excuse me, anytime we give money away, like we gave money away to the Chambers of Commerce for the uptown, for the shop local stuff, I'd like to see some sort of accountability for the money. I mean, we don't have to distribute the money, but I think just giving the money away without any kind of accountability, I don't know that I'd be in favor of that.
Well, I think the format would be, you know, incentive for these groups to go out and try to raise. That's what most of the money, the majority of the money would be spent for is to, you know, the $30 or $35 or whatever it is per shoulder mile. I think that's what a lot of the money would go to, the $10,000 if it's allocated to try to, but there's organizational responsibilities and reaching out and that's the part of it I'd really like to speak with Joan and Mandy about before, you know, committing to anything.
Y'all have access to these different types of groups, like the Boy Scouts and all that you could call in?
It would just, I think, take some research. I don't think that would be too difficult to, you know, find.
Would you, if the organizations that you solicit to do this, that based on the promised donation of donuts or whatever, is that something that we could get a report on?
I don't think that would be a problem, and yeah.
Fred's right, we do need to have something to show how we.
Absolutely.
And I'm good with Fred too. Let's do 5K first and see where they go with a possibility up to 10. If they come back and show us,
Well, one way for accountability is bring back pictures.
Yeah.
And this,
well, but I'm just saying if they use it,
Right,
accountability is if they use it. If they ain't got no takers, then
sure.
$5,000 is, they ain't even gonna use that.
This
you know,
is just
so.
seed money to incentivize cleanup.
Right, so at least
Yeah.
you got some money to start with, to
Yeah.
go, okay, groups, here we are, and then if they pile on and you start getting plenty,
And we could bring pictures of bags, we could bring pictures of
Oh,
groups
that
we'll
cleaning
see,
up, and-
we'll
that'd be
see
great.
some of that
Yeah.
too. I mean, yeah, I like to see
Absolutely.
pictures and whatever, and,
Mhm.
and who's adopted. That's why I think you need to have it in the adopt-a highway, because they need to sign the dotted line, and they need to have a sign up there that says, we're taking care of this section, you know?
Yeah.
And I think the reason why I'm okay with it and I feel comfortable is because I know Lee's involved in it and I know Mandy's involved in it, and you know,
Thank you.
you know, I fully believe that you know where we're struggling in the county. So
Yeah.
if we can get these groups focused on those areas, and then we can go by there and look and have them come in here, and we can recognize them, I think it's going to take off like wildfire. So I think it's a great thing we're doing.
And I hope so. And like I say, have the volunteer, pick a volunteer and let them go out and knock on doors of businesses during the week.
Mhm.
And Debbie got me to, I'm gonna go ahead and join. I mean, that's something I'm gonna do this
Yeah.
week. I'm gonna sign my business up to take care of 64 from somewhere to somewhere,
Very good.
wherever they take
That's
it.
awesome, man.
Yeah, that is great.
Yeah.
And we'll keep it clean. I'll take my
Yeah.
staff and, we'll clean it.
We can do our youth group,
in
you know.
unincorporated
Yeah.
sections of Davidson County too, isn't it? It's not in cities.
Right, not in the cities, no, not in the cities, just in the county.
Well, maybe it's something we could get all three newspapers to do an article on, to try to solicit some response. Maybe we could get comments from Americans and to put it on the city channel. We could try to garner some more individuals for volunteers.
If we could do a small group, get the small group and staff could, design maybe like a certificate or something, and then for the first small group that comes through and they have it clean, and we can have the pictures of before and after, and then us presenting these kids or this group with maybe, yeah, I think that would be the best PR we could ever get.
Absolutely, yeah. any recognition.
If you can, Debbie, forward Lee those emails from Pat, so he,
I will, and I've
Yeah.
just been, Mandy has already asked me to send them to her, so
Yeah.
I've already sent them to her too.
so he can
I'll
dig
send you-
into, to what the restrictions are. Before we get too deep, we need to see what the restrictions are and see, like I say, there may be an age group 16 and up, or
Right,
12 and up, or whatever.
Well, Mandy's the mover and shaker right now, so yeah. So
Right.
she's doing a wonderful job keeping things moving.
Yep, okay.
All right, thank
So
you.
what, were we at 5,000 on that with a possibility up to 10 and give this as seed money? Is y'all feel good with that?
Yes.
And like I say, if you do have age group from 16 up, then y'all need to hit somebody from 16 up, the Boy Scouts from 16 up, the church groups from 16 up.
That's right.
That still don't stop it. Let's still try to make something happen there with
Now, the
that.
superintendents would be a great, because I think you're gonna get some hits from the schools that may want to adopt a highway for some of their programs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all's awareness.
checked with
Thank you
Pat.
for the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We checked with Pat Ivy about what's required for the people before they go out on the road.
Yes, Commissioner McClure, I just sent that out to Mandy and to Scott and Lee.
Okay, moving right along.
So I did have one thing that I wanted to kind of just bring up and clarify. Over the last week, I'd sent some emails requesting information about the sheriff department. The reason why I had requested that is because we had a couple of emails requesting satellite offices, various things. I've had so many people out in the community call and complain about the sheriff department and being able to respond to calls in a timely manner. And in me trying to, where I could be, I needed to look at the data. So the staff had provided me with A1 data, but I have yet to hear a response back from the sheriff department. So at this time, only seeing the data that's been provided to me and not hearing any data from the sheriff department, I'm going to kindly decline to move on where I was going, and we'll just continue on. But I wanted to clarify to the commissioners and everything why I sent that email, because I was looking into some of the issues that I've been hearing complaints about. So I wanted to see, why we only have 5, maybe officers on patrol for the entire county at any given time. That seems like way too little. But in looking at the information that y'all gave, it looks like that we're about the same amount of people that we've been since 2007. So I'm trying to get everything together, but I do not have all the information, so I'm going to pull that. Thank you, sir.
I think the sheriff is.
Can I piggyback on that a minute?
Yes,
too?
sir.
We get through the county system, we get these complaints that come in, and or I say complaints, we get letters and all, but most of them are complaints. And they're addressed to commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost like getting a piece of mail addressed to occupant. Because if somebody calls and they got, most time when they call and got a complaint, it just hasn't been explained to them correctly, or they don't understand something. But there's a potential of getting 7 telephone calls back to this person, or 7 emails back to this person, or whatever. I've always wondered, why don't we, when we get these type complaints that just says commissioner, is there some way we can separate it out and say if it's a complaint with the, or take me for instance, if it was a complaint with the transportation or a complaint with the health department, pass it on to me. But if it's a complaint with Parks and Recreation, don't send it to me, send it to Chris.
The majority of the complaints that come in are routed to the department head that it pertains to. to let them address it before it's sent to your level, because folks don't realize who they need to reach out to. So a lot of the things that come in through the website that may be to commissioners, to all commissioners, I do send them. I send a lot to Lillian, I send stuff to Scott, I send stuff across the street to transportation. If it's something that I feel that department head can answer better than y'all, and that's where it needs to be addressed, I do send it to them. And I understand what you're saying. So a lot of the things that come in through the website don't necessarily make it to you. But when there is something that is addressed to a singular commissioner, I do send it to that commissioner. And that, and if you want to reach back out to that person for some help. But there are a lot of them that come in that you all don't ever see, and we don't ever hear anything back from, because they've been dealt with, they've either been called or emailed, and the issue's been resolved at that level.
Here's another one. I agree with Don. Lady sent something out the other day, and I don't know how many commissioners called her. I did. Probably 3 or 4 more. So she may be getting 3 or 4 different answers from 3 or 4 different commissioners. And the lady wanted to know about a satellite office. Did anybody else call her back? And I called her back and I said, ma'am, for the first thing, the sheriff has not come to us and said he wanted a satellite office. So if you want a satellite office, you need to get with the sheriff and see if that's even something he wants to do.
And they get a lot of them. I just sent one to him a couple of days ago that Scott has responded back to me that they'll handle it. I wait to hear back from the department head as to whether or not they're going to handle it, because a lot of them are handled there. But that's a great idea. It just depends on what you all direct me to do.
Well, I just don't know how to handle it, because I don't know if Chris has talked to him and what he's told her. I don't know if James has talked to her, and I don't know what he's told her. Maybe been something totally opposite. But like I say, I've been here 10 years, and the sheriffs have never come to me and said, we want to open a satellite office up.
And what you're saying is true. What I tell them or what you tell them might be completely different. And then it's pitting 2 commissioners against each
Until
other.
it gets to the full board where we can discuss it.
That's right.
Defeating the purpose.
Well, and this lady's like, well, so-and-so didn't tell me that, or so-and-so told me that. And then I asked her, I said, I think some deputy or some upper management in the sheriff's department told her something. I said, well, what is his name? If you can give me his name, then I can see what they told. Well, I don't remember his name, And they said, well, the sheriff pushes it to y'all. I said, well, I'd like to know who that is with the sheriff's department that's pushing it to us, because, like I say, I've been here 10 years, and they've never asked for a satellite office. So I need some names and whatever to find out who's saying this, because maybe the sheriff's got people in there that's passing along bad information, to these citizens. So if that's the case, then we need to address that. The sheriff needs to address that with his people. Because, like I say, he's probably wanting a new jail, and he's probably wanting something else a lot worse than he's wanting a satellite office,
Well, do you want me, and this is a question for all of y'all. I understand what Commissioner Trull said. I can look at the complaints that come in or not. They're not all complaints, because we've seen a lot of really good stuff about the health department, which I was thrilled to death to push forward. Yeah. But if it is someone complaining about a singular issue, would you like for me to look through my list of boards and commissions to see who sits on them? And it may be only one person that it goes to, it may be 2, it may be 3, but I could send it out to the thing that best fits the board or commission that would oversee that area.
Here's a little bit of
going to be weird is the sheriff.
Here's a little bit of my thought on it all along. Maybe the county manager, assistant county manager we need to get the email. Yeah. But they need to be handling the calls. Okay. And it would have probably been better from the county manager or the assistant manager that, ma'am, the sheriff hadn't requested a satellite office, Okay. And so on and so forth. And then, maybe they could come to us and say, here's how I handled this, or come to us first and say, this is how I'm going to handle this complaint. And,
I agree, Todd, because, I've talked to people before, and people do not realize that, one singular commissioner has no authority to change anything. You've got to count to 4. We need a majority of the board. So until it becomes before the board and we get a consensus, it's useless discussing anything, really. And we can talk about ideas, but we're really wasting each other's time. So it would come better. I agree.
Well, I asked this lady in another one of her complaints that somebody she knew that was in her Facebook group, I guess, that it took the deputy 45 minutes to get there. So, well, can you give me a name of this person? Nope. I said, well, it could be a perfect storm. I said, we will never have enough deputies in the area that if this deputy's tied up, or if you got two deputies there, both of them's tied up, and we may have to bring one from South Davidson.
That's right.
All the way up here. I mean, they dispatch these just like we do ambulances. Sometimes we don't have an ambulance, and we got to bring one from somewhere else, and it takes 25 or 30 minutes to get there. It's not a good feeling when you're sitting on their end, but you got to understand what's happening on the other end. And, you know, we could have 30 ambulances and still have the same problem if it's a perfect storm. So that was just one little thing there. And, of course, you know, no names of who or how or how long. So, I don't know. I mean, what's y'all's thoughts? How's the handling that? The manager, county manager, what's the board's feelings?
I agree. I don't think that it should just be shoveled out to all the commissioners, because I think there was an incident here a while back where a gentleman was wanting some information from about a building, a certificate of occupancy. Commissioner Elliott had handled it, and then I wound up with it somehow or another on an email.
So you handled it?
So I handled it, and then I found out later on that Commissioner Elliott had also done it. So, you know, I don't know. I agree with you, Commissioner Yates. I think that, and I don't know Casey, what do you think? How do you, I mean.
I'd be glad to handle them, and then, as I do, when they come to me, if I handle them 9 times out, well, not 9 times, 10 times out of 10, y'all are all getting an update on what happened, so.
I just think if the answer comes from one person.
Satellite offices, you know, her response to you all, first of all, she requested to talk to a commissioner, so that's one reason why it probably made it to you all. But the second reason is she was also talking about the future, marrying these housing developments in with this conversation. And so, you know, it wasn't just a complaint about satellite offices today. It didn't appear to me. You know, you talked to her, you may know different, but it looked like she was also referencing these housing developments and building more neighborhoods in the future and what does that hold, not really knowing that this thing ain't going to get built tomorrow. You know, it'll be over a period of time.
And that was what I got out of that email too, was the satellite offices. I saw that, but I got that her main concern was letting you all know how she felt about some of these big housing developments.
And she was just saying look at the growth that's going to be here, and we got to have more law enforcement. Well, you know, she needs to understand that the law enforcement comes with the growth.
Right.
I mean, you don't hire them and wait 5 years for the growth to get here. You hire them as
demand occurs.
So again, and I don't know, maybe if we need to change the website a little bit to where it says just file your complaint. Again, I do want us to get a copy of those emails, but not necessarily, I don't know, not necessarily where it says.
I think I mean, going forward, if they put a phone number in there to call, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I'll be glad to take them and try to reference them first, and then forward them out to you all. My response.
If they just, you know, pitch a fit, I want to talk to a commissioner, then obviously, you know, get them.
That very rarely happens. I mean, the majority of the time when we try to deal with them, they're happy with us by the time we've.
Well, here's the way to handle this too, and you got a point here. If they insist to talk to a commissioner after they talk to you, then I guess you need to hand it off to the commissioner.
The
problem with this one in particular is there is no committee for it.
Yeah.
It was a global conversation.
And in that case scenario,
and also involving another elected official. That's, you know, so there's where I think kind of, and I didn't know she had talked to, apparently, I mean, again, this is all coming off hearsay, someone there. I know the sheriff's working on the rest of the response to your questions, but your questions came more specific out of a conversation with her.
That's right.
And so I'll be glad, you know, that's where that was all data driven and can be answered fairly easily.
And y'all two got back with me immediately on that. And I like when I ask a question about something that the response goes to everybody. That way we're all involved, because 9 times out of 10 these people are going to get off the phone with me and call Steve Shell or, you know, Don or Todd or Karen or James. And they do that all the time. So.
Well, you know, Don took the one yesterday, and he sent us a message that said, since I'm on such and such a board, I'll answer this question. I appreciated that. Then we know specifically the person has been contacted, and that's the deal. A lot of times I'll read them and I'll think, well, should I do something with this, or should I call a fellow commissioner?
Well, that's one reason I wanted y'all to have a copy of it.
Yeah,
so
I like
you'd
that.
realize that
I
then
like
nobody
that.
else need to call.
Plus,
Like me, when it's health department, I always kind of figured Don was gonna take care of that.
I did too. But, I was, prior to becoming a commissioner, I talked to Sam, asked him questions about protocol, how to do things. and at one time he told me that when he received a call, a lot of times he didn't call the county manager, but he called the department head, and if he was told that the department head handled it, then, it was taken care of. So I think it's just a matter of establishing what we want, what works best for you all, not to create more work, but to streamline it, I think. That's what we're looking for, so.
I think one thing we need to look at is the reality that nobody wants to talk about, but it's a fact, and that is when we have the sheriff, for example, with regards to pistol permits, we know he's far behind.
Mm-hmm.
But he recently came to us about he needed some assistance, and I think we allocated for a part-time position, but he's got a member of his staff bashing the county commissioners for not doing anything. And I don't think the sheriff is aware of that. And we know how long, some of us know how long it takes to do a pistol permit, and that person's scheduling like 5 a day. When that ain't nothing, so I don't know what they're doing the rest of their time. So what I'm saying is, this thing could turn ugly the other way unless they want to work through their sheriff and not go to the media. They need to go to the sheriff, and the sheriff's got a concern. The sheriff can come back to us and say, listen, I need this, or this is, I'm sorry that happened, that won't happen again. This type of thing, because when, the sheriff hadn't come to us with any satellite office, but when you got people saying, well, you go take that up with your county commissioner, they won't give us nothing.
Well, that's why,
the public, that's wrong.
that's why a lot of times
And
I
we're
do.
not supposed to say anything because and we don't want to say anything. It should be problems that are hashed out between the sheriff and the county manager.
And that's why a lot of times I do push them back down the ladder, because that's where they need to be. I mean, the department head hasn't had a chance to address what the issue is.
What Steve just said is exactly right, and things are getting out of whack here. What they need to do, if there's somebody in pistol permit that's got a problem, they think they understand, they need to get with their department head. The department head gets with the sheriff. If the sheriff sees the legitimacy there to do something, he gets with Casey. Casey gets with us.
Well,
that's how it works. Casey gets with us and then says, they need more people, they need more staff, and I've looked at the numbers, and yes,
I'd say probably 9 out of 10 of the comments that come through the website, or even possibly more than that, go down instead of come to y'all.
Okay.
I mean, the majority of what's coming in.
Y'all are seeing, that's like an iceberg. You aren't seeing all under the water, but.
But I'm like Steve. I got a call the other day from somebody about a pistol permit, and they want to know why come we wasn't giving them more staff. They was told there, whoever they talked to.
The commissioners won't give them enough people.
Right.
I've been told that myself.
My calls are a little bit deeper. My calls come into having somebody, on your property where they shouldn't be down at the lake, and then you call them, and then you get a call back from CCOM, we don't have enough officers to make it out there. That should never, ever happen. Then something about, well, we're going to leave these vehicles where we know there are, and we're not going to do a search and seizure, or we're going to dive to go get them out of the water because we don't have enough assets or enough people to go do it. That should never happen. And then the more I keep hearing...
Are those true statements?
Who knows? And the people won't give me the names, and that's why. And see, that's why I sent the email saying if these are true, then I should get a response back because we can only go on facts.
Casey's not going to come to us knowing that the sheriff needs somebody and not give it.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to go through the proper channels because first of all, we could be set up for liability.
That's right.
But he's going to look at the numbers and go, well, wait a minute, you don't really need to do this. You may need to utilize your people better. You may need to do this. But, it's hard to say you need more people And, you know, I think they having a hard time recruiting officers now.
Yeah.
You know, so if you had a full house, you may have enough people to do that.
That's
so,
right.
And again, when you got maybe his staff, I don't know for sure. Like I said, I'm just going by hearsay. The phone call I got the other
Me
day
too.
was hearsay that they told him they needed more people.
Mhm.
And whether they actually said that, I don't know. I didn't
Yeah.
hear it out of their own mouth. Kind of like the trash bag laying on the side of the road. Unless you hear it out your own ears, it's hard to say. So.
I keep hearing this being put off on us, that we're not providing enough, and that's why the surface is not being provided. So I wanted to put everything out and get the data, and here, you know, if that's the case, show me on black and white paper where it is, and then we'll obviously have to do something.
Have you heard that, Casey?
Not directly. I mean, they're saying that we've not supplied
We
the
don't.
staff.
Yeah, we don't have the resources and.
I don't have, my phone hadn't rang one time from a citizen about this.
That's my
Well-
whole thing, like Commissioner Yates and Shell, and Elliot are saying. There's so many things, I mean, it's like, we used to say it, you know, law enforcement, magistrate shopping. You go to the right magistrate, get what you want, or, you know, they're commissioner shopping. They're trying to get the right commissioner to give them the answer they want, but it's putting us in my feeling, and I think that's what Commissioner Yates is saying, it's putting us in a bad situation. Because I first off, if it's a sheriff's office problem, it should go to the sheriff.
That's right.
And if a sheriff has an issue, he should come to you, let you know what his issue is, and then that come to us. And we don't know that what's being said has ever made it to the sheriff. And I would say a good portion of it has never made it to the sheriff.
Well, I told this lady the other day, I said, you call the sheriff. You let him.
I've told several that.
You call the sheriff, and if the sheriff decides he wants a satellite
right.
office, you have to get with the county manager, and again, they bring this to us for our capital plan,
Well, and
future plan.
the vacancies is starting to become the key.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we got a plan for CCW, and while we're sitting here talking about it, we were planning on bringing it at next month's work session. That involves possibly taking one of the vacant positions that are on the list and reclassing it to a civilian to make that process goes faster. But now the issue of the satellite office kind of gets at this notion of these vacancies. Again, I'm not sure. Now, I know there'll be a BLET class of folks that they've moving from the jail into patrol. That may make the gap in patrol go down some. But, you know, you remember we just did the pay study back last fall and got it enacted, so I think we're fairly competitive. But I think as part of April's presentation, I'll ask the sheriff to come up and talk more about that piece of it. It's not necessarily a CCW, if that makes sense, because as I understand from him, when he posts a civilian position, he feels it just like that.
And that's why.
The why we're not filling the law enforcement piece, you know, I'm not even exactly sure today, sitting in this chair, I can't confidently say why, or it may be a variety of variables.
All right, I got a question for you. Of course, we hear this all the time. Their pay. So you just said something, our pay is competitive now.
Mm-hmm.
So what is our pay competitive to? So all the commissioners here know, and we got the same answer.
Surrounding
That's right.
jurisdictions we compete with.
So.
And so I don't, you know, now, but again, I go back to, it just started. So, you know, does word got to get around? We're keeping competitive. I'm not sure how that works, part of it. But I think the sheriff might need to come up here in April. If we solve the CCW problem, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then morph the conversation into this idea of recruitment. And what are we doing with the other pieces of that? And, you know, obviously we can have the vacancies in you got two pieces, the jail and patrol.
Well, that's why I asked that question on the other email about sworn officers in the jail. Now, you have to have some with a gun that's sworn when we transport inmates. But obviously we don't want, you know, detention officers being in there that are sworn deputies that could be out on patrol. And, you know, I talked to Commissioner Shores about that, and he explained that to me about, well, a sworn deputy has a badge and a gun and can be out, you know, on patrol. So I just don't want to, you know, we all know by statute what the sheriff's department is required to do. And I know way back in the day, when I was working here that, you know, Billy Joe Capley, Mr. Wadford, everybody went around about a county police force. Well, I just don't want the day coming up to where, you know, the sheriff may say, well, hey, this is all I'm required to do by statute. I'm 25 deputies down. I only have 5 deputies doing patrol, and this is where I'm at, and I don't have the defense or the knowledge to know how to comprehend what he's saying or how to defend our narrative from this side, because obviously a county police force is a knee-jerk reaction. I read a dispatch article where that was talked about, and I think 2004, 2007. It was a communication with Billy Joe Capley, and you know, Billy Joe was wanting to go that route, and I disagree with it like the majority of the board did then. I think our sheriff can do a fantastic job, but he has to have the resources. And if we can prove that we're giving him the resources and we're competitive and we're doing that, that's all we can do. So that's all I was wanting to get into.
But you know, every 4 years you have a possibility of a new sheriff, and each
That's true.
sheriff has their own agenda.
Mm-hmm.
If you look back over the years, I can't go back that far, but go back to even Sheriff Hagee.
Mm-hmm.
His agenda was trying to get drugs off the street. That was his main thing. One of them's agenda was to go and check on the old folks in the county.
Mm-hmm.
They had a deputy would check with old folks during the each day.
Grice did a good job at that.
So each one's got a different agenda, and it had a different amount of personnel.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this sheriff don't like people giving out weapon permits. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I see what
agree.
Don's saying. It's hard to structure exactly.
It is,
Well,
because you don't know what you're going to get.
You may have a change
That's
next time that goes totally against,
That's very true.
If I can just kind of interject, I know in my conversations with the sheriff and in researching some of this information too, I know part of what he's doing is he's trying to transition folks that they're through basic law enforcement training, BLET, that are detention officers that may be able to transition over to patrol.
Gotcha.
But same thing, you still have a vacancy on the other side. It's a vacuum there. But that starts to be a little more in line when I looked at other counties. You see their sworn officers, there's not a lot of, the vacancy rate is not nearly as high as it is over in the jail. So our situation was a little bit reversed, so to speak. So he's trying to that's one of what he's trying to do to address the issue over the next month or so.
so, and that's another thing too, it's interesting you bring that up. The other day when we was over at Randolph County,
Mm-hmm.
they don't have very much vacancy anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so maybe we need to see why one does and one doesn't. And I don't know if the sheriff's got to ask y'all for that kind of help, or he has already, or.
Other than pay, I'm kind of running out of ideas of what it can be. I mean, I think it gets back to the sheriff's going to have to come up here and explain. The pay is where it starts with us, or giving them positions. I'm not real comfortable giving positions when we got a lot of vacancies. So come budget time here in a few weeks, when I sit down with him, I'm going to pull the 27 number again and find out if it's still in sworn or still in the jail. You know, I don't mind adding positions if we're full. Then it becomes pretty easy to do. You know, we got reasons why we got to do it, but the recruitment part of this is on. They've got to do that, and how they're doing that, the ins and outs of that, I think they're going to have to explain, because that's not.
And a lot of it's how many programs they got, different programs, and the way they spread their people out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe Randolph County don't have as many programs as they have here. Maybe Randolph County don't give out as many speeding tickets, so that means that he's got a program of working with speeders. Maybe other sheriff's department don't have.
And I wonder if this report, I told this to Jason the other day, if the BLET class gets done and you move a batch over to patrol, like he said, it's 27 in total, but it fills some of the hole over here. It puts the jail part back to where it kind of has a hole, but that's usually about normal.
I'm saying you still got a hole, though.
I understand that you always have a hole in the
But at least you ain't got a hole on the street.
Right. The street side gets, so I'm wondering when we pulled the report, sometimes it might be a moment in time. Did we pull the report right when they're trying to transition the hole? And so I'll be interested in the next few weeks to see that. Also,
Another one.
I haven't even cracked his budget file open to see what the requests are, but you can see where I'm going with this. If this side over here holes not filled, I'm not sure how we vouch for adding positions until we figure that out.
But again, now, this was just, I don't even know the officer's name I was talking to. It wasn't a sheriff, okay?
Right.
But it was, again, that's hearsay. He said, I had somebody's turnover in the jail. I said, we don't have much turnover.
Right.
I said, how far down are you on officers on the street? He said, we stay pretty steady. He said, we're not really down. So if that's true, again, you can probably pull those numbers and see or get with somebody, but that was just hearsay.
Right.
And I forget who said it. It might have been Commissioner Shells or Mr. Trull. We really, unless it comes from the sheriff, we really have to count it off because he knows what he needs. Each one of them will know what they need. So until they come up and they come before us and they request it themselves, all this other stuff should be counted as useless.
Because you're working yourself all up for nothing.
You're right. Yeah, just don't worry about anything until they come up here and they request it themselves. You're right.
They come to Casey and
Yes, sir.
Casey can run the rabbit and see if they need it.
That's the truth.
We feel like we run the rabbit on
They can bring it to us and see if
CCW
we think
and
it.
have
That's
a
right.
plan. We feel like we run the rabbit on
Got a good one there,
CCW
yeah.
and have a plan. So that's why we were putting it on. We were, obviously today's booked. We were thinking April, and we've shared that information with the sheriff and the game plan. He seemed to be receptive to that. So hopefully if that's, and it would be, obviously if we reclass the position as civilian and help with the problem and the time frame squashes down, nobody's at zero, by the way, from the people we look, but if we can get it in line with everybody else, then maybe when the times are different and people are not wanting CCWs, that position in civilian terms goes back to processing other pistol permits or Marcy's Law or something like that, So it's not an in vain type of thing. But the bigger picture of what we're talking about here, it's a little bit bigger, and I need the sheriff's help to understand a little bit more about the recruiting habits and why things are the way they are, because again, I feel like with doing the pay study, our side of it was accomplished that night you all approved that. We started to make moves to get competitive, and that's where you all come in.
Well, not only that, but when they talk about they got 27 people shortage, I think it was 13 in the detention center and 14 on the road, or vice versa. It gives the appearance that we have not budgeted for those 27.
Right.
It's in the budget. The problem is recruitment, as per what I hear from the sheriff's side, is just you can't find candidates that want to serve. But it's not a matter of the commissioners haven't budgeted and included those 27 positions in that budget, because we have. But the concept out here, if you got people passing on stuff about, like the CCW illustration I gave, you need to contact the commissioners. When the sheriff contacts us and he's got what he's asked for, and that person needs to go there, but yet they want to play the pass the blame game on as if we never included that in the budget, and it's wrong. That's wrong. It doesn't build good rapport, and good communication.
And Madam Chair, if I may as well, just in my conversations again with the sheriff, they made a good point, and I know I put this in the email that went out, that a lot of traditional recruitment is done at community colleges, and high schools and things like that. And with everything with COVID kind of putting a clamp on that I think has hurt. I think that probably has hurt his recruitment efforts as well.
Juxtapose that against the world we live in, it didn't help any either.
Right.
Just wanting to be a cop, but that you're right. The positions are there, and you're right. That's a part of that story. But one other quick thing about that data we sent out, the graph with the other counties of the positions per capita. A lot of law enforcement agencies have always used that as a way to ask for more, I'm down or whatever, and there's always been a standard, 2.5 or whatever.
2.4.
I've never exactly always believed in budgeting positions using just that graph. That's why I answered your question, because it implies that as population grows, if you look at data and crime, population growth to a certain large number, obviously crime's going to go up.
Yeah.
But if we added 100 people in this county tomorrow, I don't know, the crime rate could actually go down.
I think that the average is 2.4 and we're at a 1.0, I think, or
Well, think about,
One
think
point-
about,
1.3,
1.3.
think about that for a minute. You
Yeah.
have to double the amount of staff to be
Yeah.
at a standard. That's where on that law enforcement, I've always been a little leery of the standard for that one, because
Yeah.
you really need to take that graph against call volume,
Mm-hmm.
because that's your work. You don't just add staff because, my point is, you don't just add staff, in my perspective, this is my opinion, because the population increases.
Yeah.
You're
I'm not
assuming
sure.
that crime's gonna move, and that's not,
You're
that
right.
may be a faulty assumption.
You're right, but you know, knowing what I've heard here, and honestly, I'm gonna be truthful with you. I did not know that we had budgeted, 26 positions, but what I've heard on the street is they're short 26 positions, and it's my fault. And then what I've also heard on the street is that, hey, well, Thomasville has 9 patrol officers at any time just operating in the city's municipality district, right? We've got almost that many operating in Lexington, but yet we're the county and we only have 5 patrol cars out there in the county. Now, as a commissioner, that's unacceptable. There's no way in the world that can ever happen. And I'm like, okay, so in the city, if you live there and you got a B&E or you got something that happens, you've got 9 officers at any time, and you could probably split to have 2 different calls. But in the county, if we get one bad call and it takes 3 or 4 of those officers off patrol, now we've got 1 operating for the entire county. That is not safe for my family, and it's not safe for yours. And that's where I was coming from. But having the 25 here, I was like, my understanding was they were off the books. But coming out from here, we've got it function. We're paying for those. They just need to be hired and, sworn in and get on the road, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on page 20.
Well, it's 14, and what'd you say, Steve? How many was it again?
Sam, I think it's 14 on the road.
14 on the road.
To reverse.
Okay.
Somewhere around that, I think.
Well, still 14 on the road, that's a lot.
But just confirmation,
Yeah.
We had 7 zones filled.
just confirmation, those jobs are already in that, Casey, is that correct? I mean,
Budget.
it's not something we're having to
Not
add.
stopping them from being filled.
Okay, but they're there, we just gotta get them filled, is that correct? Okay. All right.
And probably the population, now when you start equating that a little bit, Thomasville and Lexington, you're probably 40% of the population.
Well, and crime, I think James could,
Close to those
I'm
two.
not trying to get into a whole conversation
Yeah.
about crime, but crime in the city, density and volume wise, a little different out in the
Right.
rural part.
Well, the main thing is they got, I believe I'm right here, I think they've got 9 zones, the way they've got the county split up, I believe that's right.
Stephen knows how many zones there.
It went 8, but I think they did add another.
I think they've got 9 now, and the way it is now, including a lieutenant and a sergeant, they've got 5. So if I'm in Southmont as if there's a deputy in Southmont and something, kicks off, they need another deputy. They really only, at that point, there's 3 working the whole county at that point. So, just
We're
trying.
working the whole unincorporated area of the county. That's a big
Correct.
distinction, because
Correct.
people walk away
You're
from
right.
that
You're right.
conversation thinking the entire county.
You're right.
It's,
Barring
right.
Thomasville and Lexington and Denton. Yes, you're right.
And the
You're
highways and
unincorporated.
everything else, which is manned by the highway patrolman's office. And, you got a lot of road lines that can be backed out of that number and everything else, it's.
Well, a big thing is within Lexington and Thomasville, your response time is 1 to 3 minutes at the most within the city.
Yeah.
I think they allow us 5 in the city, but, I mean,
But you get anywhere in the city in 3 minutes.
sure you can. Sure you
If you
can.
had to run Mercy traffic.
Sure you can.
Okay.
It's a little different in county.
Yes.
Okay, do we want to get back to
I'm on page
the
20.
communication?
Page 23.
Skipping ahead just a couple.
Yeah, but the communication between Casey, Debbie, the department heads, have we made a decision about that?
I'm good with Casey handling it. I think they all ought to come to us, but then we ought to wait back from a reply from Casey after he's handled it, and in the appropriate manner he thinks it needs to be, because he may have to go to the department head and find out some information on this. I mean, I get a lot for inspections, so.
Yeah.
And I usually go to Casey, and I said, Casey, work this out.
I do too, I do.
That are more bigger picture, I mean, like they have, like this is a good example, this satellite office concept mixed with your adding more housing developments concept. You know, if I reply to her, I'll just send it out, because then at that point, if she don't like, it's a response to the future. Does that make sense? It hadn't happened yet, so she may want to talk with y'all about it, but at that point, you see my response to her, and you can tag along to that, or you've got the information ready to go.
Mr. Manager, the point of clarification from the sheriff, he just texted me, and he wanted me to say this, that he's listening, but he said that we do more than the city. They might do C&D and patrol. Right now, we're running the jail civil papers, the courthouse patrol C&D crime scene administration, SRO, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he's listening. He said, I just had a matter and I had to take care of this promptly for the sheriff's department. So that's why he's not here.
Well, like I said, we weren't planning on morphing into this conversation this morning, but April's we've got CCW, and I think it's a good chance to talk about a lot of stuff. Especially if we don't have a lot of things on that morning.
That's a question, lady just brought that up. What's our SRO officers been doing when the schools is closed down?
They've still been dealing with schools, because the counties are open.
A day, B day.
They're doing 4 days.
County schools are open.
We never really shut down here in Davidson County.
None?
Riley goes in person Monday and Tuesday, and then the rest of Central goes Thursday, Friday, and then Wednesday they clean. So they've been doing that at the middle school and the high schools.
Elementary, 4 days.
Yeah, elementary 4 days, and high school 2?
Yeah, they split the classes into 2. So you have A day half and B day half.
So they're still there. There's not many students there. But.
Okay.
And I think they're having to deal with more issues with the A day, B day, and kids not participating. They've got their hands full.
They may have some truancy issues.
I imagine they do.
That's true.
It made me think of it when he said that, so.
Thank you for the discussion. We're on page.
So that's the way we're gonna handle it, Casey, and then,
if you all are good, I'll keep funneling things down to the department heads like we've done in the past. And anything that comes to you, do you want me to send it to Casey and CC you on it so you know it's there, just knowing that Casey's gonna deal with it and bring it back to you? Or not CC you on it, just send it to Casey first?
No, I mean, I want it to come to us. I mean, I'd like to see it.
I'm gonna continue to blind copy you all on it, but just be confident that he's gonna deal with it first.
Right.
Okay.
And then he'll be back to us, and we'll wait recommendations
Thank
from him, yeah.
I think we're on page 20.
20.
Yes, sir. So let me back up just for a quick second. So we've talked about making the base budget and what was gonna go in it, et cetera, and some of the out years, all the assumptions that go into building that. What you've got here on one piece of paper, hopefully, is kind of when you take a look at putting all of that stuff in the pot, what does it look like to the two numbers that we really pay attention to, the tax rate and what we have in fund balance, or what we have in reserve. So if you start to do, as you see from the bottom, if you make assumptions about personnel, in other words, you assume pay raises for these 5-year period at the same levels you're doing now. If you assume the insurance continues to move up, if you assume that the retirement, you'll get notified of increases, et cetera. And if you assume that you move on a jail expansion with those numbers we saw earlier, with more staff and more cost, what does it look like? And what you have to hold constant on the other side of that, if you look to the left, are the unknowns. I don't know what the economy is going to do, obviously, in 5-year period, and I don't know what the federal government and the state government is going to do to us in terms of money, particularly to DSS, as we move forward. But if you just kind of make an assumption that life stays somewhat the same as it is now, that and that we'll get into reval in just a few minutes. The back end of this model doesn't get into 2029, as Commissioner McClure talked about, with another reval, so you're kind of missing that piece. But again, a 5-year outlook, what does that do? The top part of this is what, again, remember those debt bars I referenced earlier. I'll call it the roller coaster, going up above that 18 million peak and going down. If we try to weather that storm, given where we are today, weather that cost, if that's what you want to call it, using our own reserves and keeping the tax rate kind of, as it is, 54 cents. Coming out of this revow, and we'll get to that in a few minutes, there's going to be probably some use of fund balance, trying to clear that peak and then come out the backside. And that's what you have reflected here. I would point your eyes to the tax rate line, where you see 0.54 for every year, and then what does that do to fund balance? So we're sitting at the 55% as you got the CAFR back last month. There would be some use, and the model estimates or expects use dropping us down to that 40%. Our local policy is 18, as you see from the top left-hand corner. State law is 8. So 40 is not near those numbers, obviously. What happens if and we'll get into revenue neutral, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag in terms of what the rate might look like, but I'll explain this more in just a few minutes. What would happen if you were to drop the rate down to revenue neutral coming out of this reval we're in right now, and that calculation ends up being 50.44 cents. As you can see, I put the red box around it, and it carries out to the right. Then you're going to drop even more fund balance trying to clear that roller coaster and get out the other side. So the estimation ends up being 25%. So you're much closer to your 18 limit. And as you know with fund balance, it's just like your own bank account. Very easy to draw it down, very hard to put it back to where it was. Commissioner Yates alluded to this earlier. I put the notes over to the right. As those debt bars start to clear, and I just did a quick calculation for 2 or 3 years that I didn't go all the way out, you start to pick up $4 million in 2024, 1.7 in 2028, 3.8 in 2029. Those are per year, so you can see the cumulative effect. It gets to be a pretty large number as time goes on. Page 21. I am getting close, then we'll turn it over to Mr. Leonard to take us to the finish line. So Commissioner McClure asked me about EGR. How does EGR factor into all this? So this year we settled with our first tax bill, where they had some of the equipment we were able to kind of write down because they had it installed but not usable. So future tax bills are going to be kind of what I call full throttle, full on. What you have here in front of you is the budget, and I'm doing this with the tax values. That's why these are big numbers to the left. If you back out what EGR's effect's going to be, and you put in the revalve, and you look at the top left-hand corner, green bars are what we think actual may be. Our collection percentage hovers around 97%. We're going to assume coming out of the revalve, it's going to be somewhere around 5-ish to 10%. And if you put EGR in there at the $300 million, and you go ahead and factor in a regular growth, what we would normally remember when we started with slide 1, 1.4%. I'm doing conservative at 1. You see what the budget values to produce the tax dollars going to need to run a general fund is the blue bar. The green is with EGR included, or actuals. So, Mr. McClure, there's your answer to your question. This cooks EGR into the process. And you can see I circled the red box around the two ends, the bookends of this, because the budget gets close to what is going to actually be generated. That slack piece we talked about gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and then if the revalve, coming out of this revalve, if we stay at 54 cents, it grows a little bit, but then you clear the debt hurdles and you come out the back side, you still have it kind of closing in just shortly thereafter. So the blue bars against the green bars is kind of putting EGR in the mix, if you will. And this is all based on their contractual obligations to meet $300 million by 2023 or 2024. They're way ahead of that pace. So these bars could look even better as time goes on, but this is based, again, as I mentioned before, worst case scenario. Them fulfilling their contract or their incentive contract. You flip over to page 22 real quick. So we touched on this subject, we talked about this concept, but now I want to show you some numbers on it. We talked about the 4 pieces of revenue driving our ability to do our capital plan, do a jail, run the government. And I'm going to get to expenses in just a second, but what you're staring at here is just the revenue side. Per the CAFR that you received in January, we turned in $10.6 million. Turned in meaning the general fund produced revenue in excess of those expenses. What I'm showing you here is reducing out those 4 pieces of revenue that I keep harping on from the beginning of this presentation. And those are the change amounts. So those are the amounts that cleared the budget, if that makes sense. And if you back those off, you can see we're basically flat. It's off $366,000. That's the entire general fund out of $40 million. So that is what produces the ability to run the capital program and make those choices I referred to earlier. It's all down to those 4 lines. I'm gonna show you expenses in just a second. I just thought that was interesting. If you take, people look at that 10.6, they say you turned 10.6 million. Yeah, it's in 4 places. If you flip over to page 23, I'm going to show you the expense side of this equation, where there is no turn in. And this almost kind of illustrates my point. If you look at all of these counties and you see what we spend per capita on these functions, education, debt service, human services, general government, public safety, and then everything else, we spend $1,000 and $1,050 per person. I circle that because it's the lowest one on the page. But we do it. Here's the key part of this whole thing. It's on the Treasurer's website.
Where you going now? Oh, okay. All right, see you later.
We spend this lowest, so what's amazing about this graph is we do it with the second lowest tax rate on the page. The lowest being Brunswick, but I want your eyes to look at how much property value they do it with. They do it with $29 billion of property value. We do it with 14.5. So the expense side of the Davidson County government is as squeezed down as humanly possible. The turn-in is on the revenue side. It's taken years to get this to that place. And that's how a lot of these things function that's in this deck. I just think that's a great chart for any elected official to keep in their back pocket.
And we're doing about the same thing Alamance is doing. It's with 67 cents.
Correct.
We're doing it with 54 cents.
Correct.
When you get to public safety here, we spend just about as much as everybody else on public safety.
Right. But you see what we spend low on debt, $78 a person, and we don't spend a lot on general government. So for anybody that comes up to you to use the term the government's bloated, you can just show them this chart, and I think they'll win that. We put the money where our priorities are, which is public safety and human services. I just think it's an interesting chart.
I mean, I guess we're number 2 in public safety. I don't know how Catawba County gets way up there, huh? They're at $416. They way above everybody.
Mm-hmm. Remember that chart in just a minute, because we're going to talk about reval, because it gets back to this notion of, where if you ever had to have a conversation about where to cut in this government, at $1,000 a head, there's not much left. If you flip over to 24, I'm going to do a quick little update on the reval. And then I think I'm to the end, and it's Mr. Leonard. Or actually, just flip over to 25. So we are we have ended the process of sending the notices out, as you know. Another round of notices will be going out at the end of March, because there's changes being reflected, people coming in for their informal appeals. So I'm walking through the 2 pieces. It's kind of why we're doing it. And I want to start with the values, and then I'm going to do the rate. So the why part of this is, again, a few years ago, or several years ago, Mecklenburg County went through a reval process that didn't go so well. The General Assembly had to get involved, and ended up being kind of messy. And out of that came the General Assembly asking the Department of Revenue for recommendations on how to not have these revals go awry statewide. One of the recommendations was counties need to do a little bit faster than every 8 years. 8 years is too long. It's for fairness purposes and just administration purposes. So there's been a big push and a big lean to get everybody from 8. They would really like to do 4. We've talked about this. We've kind of settled in the middle on 6. So that's step 1. Step 2 is on page 25 there, you're looking at a representation of why the fairness concept is, what the reval does to fix that. What you're seeing is the sales ratios, and I hope I get this right. Jerry's here. Jerry, if I'm not, jump in. I got the bullets over to the right to help me here, because I get confused with this even in my head. The sales ratio, if you look over to bullet number 3, if the ratio is greater than 100%, or 1.0, let me say it that way, then the county's tax assessments are on average higher than actual market values. So our values on our books is more than what the house could sell for, if it's above 1.0. The inverse is true if it's below 1.0. So if it's below like 0.9, I'm going to get to the graph in just a second. So the fourth bullet, if the ratio is less than 100% or 1.0, then the county's tax assessments are on average lower than the market values. So look at that graph, and what you're seeing is I circled the 3 places there where the revals have occurred. So in 2007 we did a reval, see where it landed on. When you come out of the reval, you land dead on 1.0. If you fast forward to 2015, you land dead on 1.0. Coming out of this reval, we had dropped in 2020 almost to 0.9. From the law, public utility revenues, if you go below 0.9, you start losing percentage of public utility revenues. So below 0.9, it becomes even a financial detriment to the county. Another reason to correct it. The ebb and flow of that, you see that big peak where it hovers around 1.0 to about 2012 and starts to go in the other direction. And then you see the peak or the valley going down right now because the values are, this is a better market. The above 0.0 mountain is a bad market, the valley is a good market. What the reval does is push those back to 1.0. It resets everything. And then over time, it will drift off some more. And so the whole purpose of a reval is to make those corrections on the value side. Now, and when you do the notices, there's a variety of ways to do this. We'll talk about in just a second. Basically doing it particularly for residential property, fixing it to the market, the sales approach is one of the ways you do it. That doesn't mean, again, that's what the appeals process is for. You do them en masse, but then as folks have got individual issues, that's why you have informal appeals. And then if that's not gives you satisfaction, you got ENR. And if that doesn't give you satisfaction, I think you can go all the way to state. So you get plenty of appeal chances in this game. So that's the value side. And again, I circle the red places just of interest so you can see. This is tracing it all the way back for 14 years ago. And you remember the beginning of this presentation we did, you saw how much value got picked up in that reval in 2007.
Was the reval in 06 and it come into effect in 07, or was it in 07?
It's 2 pieces. The notices like right now go out January 1, 2021 for your tax bill July 1 of 2021, which affects my 2022 budget. If you can remember all those numbers. So you're straddling fiscal years, but to the citizen it's calendar, if that makes sense.
But our reval process actually started in 19?
They pick up discoveries all along the way, but the official notices went out started to go get ready January 1.
And the reason I asked that question, if we was on a 6-year cycle, that would have left us somewhere in the middle of 2013, or so we would actually, how that would have affected our reval.
It would have pushed us back, right? We wouldn't have been dealing with a 0.9 sales ratio. We'd have been in the middle of it going the other way, possibly. And so it's right now, and you can see the market in 2007 before the crash was great. Look at that, where the green line starts.
11.
Our sales ratio is below that now. The market for houses right now is better than when it was when the crash started. Just barely, but it is.
When was the last time, Casey, that we did the 4-year reval? We did it one time, and then we didn't have the guts to do it after that, but we did it one time.
Commissioner McClure, I do not know. That's way before my time. Jury may know.
Yeah, we pushed it, or at least I did, for 4 years, and because of the way it equalizes out, it's better for the seniors to do it that way. But it looks like the county's after money, I guess, when they shorten the reval period.
Commissioner McClure and fellow commissioners, I appreciate it. We did a 4-year reval in 97, and the 101 was a 4-year cycle, which is kind of a horizontal adjustment.
Thank you.
So that's the values piece. Flip the page over, remember this graph, because that's, you putting it to 1.0 does the values. Now from the citizen point of view again, or the right of the citizen to know this information is, okay, if you push my value back to equality, you're gonna adjust the rate for your life to be the same in terms of money. That's basically the premise. So flip over and you've got a whole lot of information on this fancy page here, but I can kind of tell you what's going on. So again, we use mass appraisal, we use sales and comps to get to the number. The law says you've got to go back and take a look at the last 5 years of your values, average them out, and again, these are estimates because 2021 we have not ended yet, and 2022 obviously ain't got here yet. And so you got to do a little bit of prediction. It's not all based on real numbers except for the back years. But you take those 5 years and you come up with, you put what you think you're going to land in the current year and where you think you're going to land next year, and then you can see I circled it in green. What would the rate have to be to generate the same amount of money? So that's step one. And then you're allowed to apply this growth percentage from the prior years, and our growth percentage has been about 2.21. You're allowed to tack that on top of that. In other words, assuming that growth percentage as if the reval had not occurred. When you do that, that's how we're getting to this 50.44 cents. We knew it was going to go down because the values are more. And again, this is all based on where we think the values are going to land coming out of the appeals. So at 15.1 million, we landed about 14.7 to end fiscal year 2020. So we think we may land around 15.1 in the current year with no adjustments. Then your prediction is, and that's a prediction as well, then you're looking at where do we think we're going to come out of the reval. If it's somewhere around 17 billion, then you got to kind of back out the appeals. And we think right now, last reval we had about 4,200 appeals, and that was more of a flat reval. This one here, because the values went up, we figured we would have more. We were estimating somewhere in the neighborhood of 10,000 appeals that could generate somewhere around $500 million in terms of reduction of the values. So that's how I got to 16.5. Right now, as you can see from the bottom, we've only had about, I updated the slides. We're now at about 1,600 appeals at a value of around $11 million. But we got some big ones coming, some big commercial. Home sales up about 15%. Once you do this calculation in terms of what the reval would look like, we're just under 10. And these numbers are going to move around because as I get more information coming out of April, it may be 16.5, it may be lower. It may be more, I don't know. This is my best guess as of today. But the revenue neutral rate will have to be posted in the budget document by law. It's got to be shown. Whether we accept it or not is completely up to us. I will tie you back to the previous slides for just a second. So, ironically enough, 50.5 cents is 3.5 cents lower than where we are today. I've had folks ask me, so, well, when you want to build this jail, why didn't you plan for it? Well, we did. We planned for a tax increase. Ironically, of 3.5 cents. So my point being, if the rate were to go back to 50 cents, you can see what it does to your financials in terms of your fund balance. It pushes you to your local policy, number one. And number two, I'm not so sure we won't be back to the citizen asking them for that rate to move again north to deal with the jail. So coming out of the reval, the question will be, where are we going to put this? We'll see as you get a recommended budget from me in May, and I'll give you what I think the rate needs to be, and from there you can determine. But you can see, and I will have this posted in the document, so you know. But the whole goal of this is to adjust the rate to fix the previous slide's values, the 1.0. Because technically, if the values are up, the citizen would be paying more. If you flip the page, I'm going to show you what that looks like. So what current collections on a house, and I can't do every size house and every cost, obviously, so I picked 100, 150, all the way up to 3. So what the current collections are and what the revenue neutral would be. It is a significant number. If you break it down per month on some houses, it's not as bad. But the point being, large amount of these funds, if you stay at 54 cents, is going to go to whatever happens at the jail. And again, those numbers are moving around. I've got to stress that. We're not done. The appeals are continuing to come in. The cities also are in the same boat. You know, they want numbers from us in terms of values to plan for their futures as well. So I have to give them something that's kind of conservative, because we're coming out of these appeals, the number could come down. Even if the number comes down from 16.5, the revenue neutral rate will go up. If it goes bigger, it's going to go down further. I think 16.5 might be a good clean number, because again, I think we had close. I didn't write this down on here. I think the last reval we had somewhere in the neighborhood of $150 million worth of write-downs from appeals on 4,200 appeals. So if you thought you were going to have 10, is my 500 off? We'll see. I'm factoring in a little bit more big commercial, thinking that that may be coming down the pipe. And I want to stress this too, those two numbers, 15.1 and 16.5, I won't know when I pull the trigger on the budget those numbers exactly. So they'll have to be estimates. They'll never be exact. And we'll know after we get done, which will be after the budget's approved. These revenue neutral calculations have to be done for everything we do a tax rate for. So the fire districts will have to have them done for them, and the special school district that we have on our books that we collect for Lexington. So everything that we've got a tax rate for, we will generate this calculation.
Who does that for the fire departments?
We do it.
We do it.
Yep. We're already working with them, kind of, you know, you can imagine they're planning on this. You know, we give them what we think that number's going to be, and they'll submit to us whether they're going to stay or not, or something of that nature. That is all I have. I'm going to turn it over to Scott Leonard, if there's any questions. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you got any questions or think of anything after.
Hold on a second, I gotta get them both up. I'm working, Joel had to leave to go somewhere, so I'm working on both ends.
While she's doing that, I appreciate you allowing me to come back. A couple of weeks ago, we got together and started talking about lot sizes and stormwater. And we thought we'd just postpone that until the budget retreat, because both of these can have an impact on the budget, mainly with the lot size determination. If we increase it, it lowers your tax revenue, mostly of what buildings, houses are coming in. And with the stormwater, if you're wanting to go full out with some type of a program, it's going to cost you more to do that. So I wanted to present a slideshow this morning that you don't have on your packet. I gave you the mini version in your packet, but I have several, and I'll fly through these things. But I wanted to offer some more information that may help in our determination of what we want to do with our current lot sizes for development, and then get into stormwater. Let me see.
If you could hold on just one more second.
Okay, I apologize.
What is this here, Scott? Is this, you may be getting to this, but this first page
It
here.
is. That's the first page of our of my presentation. It's basically going to be a comparison. I've tried to contact my counterparts over in Rowan and Randolph County and had conversations with them. And that's kind of what I want to show you, how unique Davidson County is in comparison to our neighbors, or our more rural neighbors. When I spoke to them, I guess what I can do is go ahead and tell you that when I spoke to these planning directors, my goal was to find out why their lot sizes were what they were, and then how has development occurred in the last couple of years there. And if you remember, the last time I was up here, I gave you a little indication of how many developments we're seeing now. Last year we saw 10 developments come to us, and they had about an average of 60 or 70 lots. They're much larger today than they were back in the 90s when we were having our last real financial or housing boom. When I spoke to Rowan County is right on the I-85 corridor, just like us. And I wanted to talk to them because when I speak to realtors and developers and ask them, where are these people coming from? We've got these huge developments coming into Davidson County. They're selling these homes before they even get the shingles on them, and they're begging for more. There's plenty of people wanting and waiting to come into Davidson County, but where are they coming from? And from what I'm hearing, it's various places, but they get a lot of attention from the Charlotte area, people wanting to live in Charlotte, but there's no housing there to hear realtors talk. There's not enough housing in Charlotte, so they're coming up the 85 corridor, and they're landing here in Davidson County. And one of the reasons I thought, well, what are they doing in Rowan? So when I go to Rowan, they tell me that last year, they only had one development in Rowan County, out in the county, only one. We had 10, they had one, and it was small. So I'm thinking, what could that be? But if you'll notice on the slide, Rowan County offers a developer a much more amount of housing there, because in Rowan County, if you have public sewer and public water, you can have a 10,000 square foot lot size. Now, in Davidson County, we're at 20,000, but over in Rowan, you could go to 10,000. So on a 50-acre tract of land, you could put 220 houses out there in Rowan County. The problem is in Rowan is they don't have public water, and they don't have very much public sewer. So they go down, and when they only have septic only, or they go to 20,000, similar to us. Over in Randolph County, they do have parts of public water, because Davidson water does go over into sections of Randolph, but not much, and they don't have a whole lot of public sewer. So with them, they base their square foot, their lot sizes on whether you're inside or outside of a protected watershed. In Randolph County, if you're inside a watershed and you have public sewer or septic, either one, you're going to have 40,000 square feet for each home that you have. That's your density level. If you're outside of the watershed, then you own septic tanks, you can go to 30, and if you have public sewer, they'll let you go down to 20 there. So they're more restrictive than we are. I wanted to go to this slide, the two slides, Debbie, ahead.
You're seeing what I'm sharing there, you're on the TV.
Okay.
I'll keep up with you.
Okay, I appreciate it. One more there, and
So you want to go to the next map?
Yes, the next map. I'm going to jump ahead, because this map here shows our watershed districts as well as our public sewer lines. And this is what makes us so unique in comparison to Randolph and Rowan. Number one, we have public sewer in areas that they would never think of. We have sewer especially up in the Arcadia, Midway area. We've got it out in the Tyro area, and all around the city of Lexington as well, outside of their jurisdictions. And of course, we've got 4 different watershed regions, which make up about 45% of our county in land mass. Those are protected regions. For 20 years, Davidson County had 40,000 square foot lot sizes in these watershed districts. And outside of that, we would go down to 30. But then when the recession hit in 2008, we didn't have any more developments. They didn't move for 5 years. So the board at that time said, let's lower our lot sizes to spark some development. They went to 20,000 over the whole county, and slowly it started revving up until the last 2 years. We were doing 10 in 2019 and 10 developments last year. And these are much larger developments. You just approved one the other week for 368 homes. All right. So with that map, I wanted to kind of let you know, as we go along in this little presentation, these watershed districts are going to become important to what I'm about to say, because as a staff wanting to recommend going back towards that 40,000 square foot lot size, we need boundaries of where do we want it 40,000 countywide, or do we want it in certain pockets where the development is most, the pressure is greater, and also the watershed areas gives us a little bit of justification and protection. So if I go back one more, Debbie, I'm going to back up. I apologize, I won't do this to you. I won't go backwards and forwards too often. This will be the last time. I wanted to give you an example from a density standpoint of a development in the county where you've got a 20,000 square foot development, and you can kind of see the example of the density, what the size of the lots, versus a 30 versus a 40. Now in the 40 square foot lot size, you'll notice that the houses are slightly larger. That's typical and traditional. That's what you typically see when you get bigger lots. It usually means there's bigger homes, bigger value on the cost of it. Mostly where the bigger lot sizes take the most advantage, I guess, is in the depth of the lots, because they still want to put 100 feet of width on their lots and build the houses pretty close, but it preserves more of an open space in the back. Bigger yards, bigger properties, things of this nature. So as I go ahead, Debbie, I'm going to go to the next one. I'm going to talk about schools. Here's the additional information that I wanted to bring to you that I didn't have a couple weeks ago.
May I ask you a quick question,
Sure.
Scott? You got here 15,000 square feet.
on the chart,
Public
or,
sewer, right here on this first sheet.
I think that was, let me go back, Debbie, you don't have
Got
to.
15 and 20. 20,000 septic tank, 15 is what we allow for, so going back to that last screen you had, you even have a different set of 30,000 foot views of 15,000 square foot lots.
Well, that's a good point, because 15,000 square feet in Davidson County is only if you have public sewer outside of one of those watersheds. That example that I showed you there is in the watershed,
Okay.
but outside of the watershed, you can go down to 15,000. And that's where we got our MXRs, to where if you ask for an MXR, you can ask for 3 dwellings per acre. It's coming from that type of a thing, where if you have public sewer, you can go to 15,000. Outside of the watershed. The state won't let you go to 15 in the watershed. So this is just in those areas. Let me go to that again. Just in those areas that are not in a public watershed, can you go to 15,000. So as I go to the schools map, I contacted Chris Johnston with the school system and asked him to give me an update on what the school capacity is right now. And you guys may already know this. This was news to me and important for me to know. At 75% capacity, all of our school system, there's 13 schools up there that you know very well, and all of these schools are over 75% capacity right now. If I go to 85%, the next slide, we drop off 5 of these schools, and you still have these 8 that are over 85% school capacity, and try to remember where those watersheds were, and I'll come back to it later. And then if we go to 95%, 4 of those will drop off, and those 4 schools right there are over 95% capacity. 2 of them are over 100. So with that being when we look at lot sizes and the amount of density that we want to allow in the county, the schools are the biggest impact, or face the biggest impact of higher density development. So when we look at that, and then I go to the next slide, and it throws the watershed back on it. The next slide shows that in those original 13 schools, half or more of them are in these protected watersheds, and that could be impacted by an increase in the lot sizes. So with that, I just wanted to reiterate to you, from a staff standpoint, we're starting to see these larger developments come forward. We do know that from a school capacity there, that is a question that we want to look into. We've got, if you ask the developmental community, they'll tell you that there is no traffic congestion and none of these things, but that's for your perspective to see. But Davidson County is unique in the fact that we've got the infrastructure in our county that other counties do not have, which is calling or pulling these people in, developers included, to develop fully our county and community, and they would like a higher density because we have the capability for it. But we have to decide, is this from a quality of life issue, is this a good way to go? And for 20 years, we went with this 40,000 in the watershed and 20,000 or 30,000 outside, and it worked fine. But it was only during the recession that we even contemplated and agreed to go to the 20,000 countywide. So, we're at the discretion of the board of what you would like to do, what you would like the staff to do. It is a big deal. The community, the building community and development community certainly have enjoyed the 20,000 square feet. But from a staff's perspective, seeing what's out there, I've got a couple of other slides that may help. Debbie, you remember this slide, one back, thank you. We added on this slide here, this is Arcadia. This shows every tract of land over 50 acres that is still available for development up in Arcadia. And the yellow markings are the public sewer that is up in Arcadia. I believe Mr. McClure wanted us to include that, so I brought that to us today to show that even in Arcadia, there are still several developments that are available on the public sewer line as well as off of it. I took the liberty of going to the next slide and just printing one out and crossing off the properties that are inaccessible, or that in cases like this where you've already approved these lots or these developments, this is the Kleinard Farm and then Fieldstone that you did a couple of weeks ago, but some of these that don't have access, I cross them out, and I'll fly through the next few, Debbie, just to show, here's Midway. It shows you the sewer line location, the amount of 50-acre tracts that are still available. I'll go to the next one to show the few that I did cross off on that one. I'll go to Lexington Township next. Showing the amount of 50-acre tracts. That was a surprise to me, but there's quite a few out in the Lexington area. And as I continue
That don't really have anything to do with us, though. I mean, that's...
Well, everything outside of this area right in here is us. So this is just the city right here. All of this is us.
I got you.
This is where the upcoming Coble Farm will be coming to you later, and we've got several along Arnold Road. Speeding along to Tyro Township.
What, next? Sorry.
Yes, that's fine. I'll just go through this next Tyro. Of course, you can see that several have been inaccessible, and I can stop there, but I've included Reedy Creek and Hampton. But you get the idea that there's plenty of land available out there. And there's places where the public sewer is still there, public water. We've been blessed with it. It's out there. So the developmental pressure is still going to come, but what do we want to do with it? Do we want to stay at 20,000 half-acre lot sizes, or do we want to go to 40? Do we want to use those watershed districts as a boundary of saying if you're in these protected areas, you're going to have a higher lot size, which means lower density, but if you're closer to the cities of Lexington and Thomasville outside of these watersheds, will allow you to continue at these half-acre lot sizes. That would be a staff recommendation, but here again, that's coming from discussions with the board members as well as our planning board who are wanting to increase the lot sizes. But I'd like to ask the board if you have comments or questions or anything or direction on how this will take a public hearing and a text amendment and all that, but just wanting to get some confirmation from the board on where you'd like to see this go.
Here's one thing I don't like. I don't necessarily like the 15,000 square foot size lot outside the watershed, you know.
Okay.
I don't like that. I mean, I don't know where that needs to go.
We can change that.
You know, because still that's just packing them in there, you know. And also you mentioned something, that's why I really wanted you guys to explain this, the RMX.
It's the MXR.
MXR. I don't know what our options there are, but it don't really matter necessarily what your lot size is there. You can do 3 houses per acre. So
not necessarily. The MXR allows a developer to utilize the sewer to have these really small lots, but overall the density stays the same. So right now, you take the Fieldstone you just approved. You approved for 368 houses. That was on 211 acres. So they could do 422 lots out there. If they wanted to, but they chose to stay
if the land allowed to.
If the land allowed it.
And that's where they're getting around this. The land don't allow for that many houses anyway.
Right.
So again, at 3 per acre, I mean, what is that? That's 15,000 square foot lots, you know? I mean, they're still packing them in there. So there's where I don't like that, you know? I mean, if you're going to have 20,000 square foot lots, it ought to be 20,000 square foot lots. And I mean, I don't know that the rest of the board feels that way, but that gets away from the houses sitting just packed right in there on the 15,000 square foot lots.
Well, that is the bigger question, because the MXR, anyone who applies for the MXR most of the time will go for that. And they'll tell you that that's what people are wanting. Now, of course, we have our perspective, they have theirs. But that cuts down on their construction cost. Obviously, it allows for a homeowners association to come in and maintain their yards and things like this. And these homeowners associations like the small yards because it cuts down on the overall cost of maintenance. And so most of these people who live in these communities love it. But we're from the outside looking in, thinking, well, wow, that's packed in, that's causing quite an impact. Overall, it's an option that one of the blessings of the MXR is it does come in front of you, and you can reject it and allow them to go back and say, all right, we don't like this kind of close living. Do a traditional subdivision, and by the way, we have 20 or 40,000 square feet lot sizes that we're going to require of you, and that would break that down. There's some areas that may be better conducive to the MXR, typically around your cities, because you're going from an urbanized development into more of a suburban, and that's what people typically see right outside the city is this type of close living. And then as you get further into the rural areas, you open it back up into large lots.
And I can see that, but I didn't know we had the ability to reject them and send them back to the.
You can. It is a rezoning. So if you feel like the impact of that particular type of development would cause an impact that is not conducive for that area, then you can reject that plan, that rezoning, and they would have to go back and go through just the traditional subdivision process. The traditional subdivision process is even more difficult for any of us to deny because it's a technical ordinance that says if you have this size, these dimensions, then you're going to grant.
You meet all the requirements.
You're going to get it. So in this case, we're the 368. If the board would have denied that one, he would have gone back and did a traditional subdivision with the 20,000 square foot lot sizes, and he wouldn't have gotten 368 homes out there. He may have gotten 300 possibly, but that's where they lose lots. But they try to persuade you that the overall MXR is better for the community, for the land, and it's a better product of what people on the outside who are wanting to move in here are looking for. But that's for this board to decide if that's what they want.
I mean, some people are looking for that, you know. Do I think we ought to go back to the 40,000 square foot lot size? No. I mean, it's not what very many people are looking for anymore, you know. I mean, you look at those lots, most of it's just wasted in their backyard, you know. I mean.
And when you look at how much we've done on the schools, and you said 75% capacity on all of them.
13 of them, yeah.
I'm curious about these other ones. Are these to help us see lot sizes on these pictures?
Yeah, the aerial photograph of Fullardale there, that just is kind of, I'm sorry, that may be stormwater that's
stormwater?
Yeah, that may be stormwater that we're going to talk about here as we go forward. Sure. I think from our perspective, it's the biggest change that we're trying to ask and see where the board feels is at half acre lot sizes. Do you feel that is appropriate a size lot? Because there's two ways to look at this. You either look at the lot size with the yards and how the houses are laid out, or you look overall density of the whole project. And from the only way we can really regulate the overall density of the county is through lot sizes, because we utilize the total acreage and say, all right, how many houses can you actually have here? And that's where, I agree that the lot sizes themselves at 40,000 may be a lot of wasted space. But overall, if we take a 50-acre tract of land, do we want 100 houses on that 50 acres, or do we want 50 on those 50 acres? It's really a density question more than anything, is how dense do you want the county to be able to grow?
Lee, you remember whenever we were doing the development up there around High Point, when they were coming over, there was conversation then about the density, and there was some conversation. Some other counties had put a fee on the buildings, and it was I think Raleigh came down and said, no, you can't do that. So they quit doing that. But the reason they were doing that is because they were loading up the school systems, and the same thing's going to happen if we drop the sizes now of the lots. Is those areas that are most popular are also the ones that are the closest to having the highest percentage of being filled.
We're definitely not going to drop the size.
No, I was talking about increasing it.
God, we talk about lot sizes and acres. when you talk about a half acre, as you said, most lot sizes are 100 foot by depth.
Mm-hmm.
How, 100 foot by how much depth would be a half acre?
200. If you have
200.
100 feet of width and 200 of depth, that's 20,000 square feet.
Okay.
Mr. Yates is right. If you do a 40,000, most people just go 400 feet back.
So a 20,000 would be 100 feet.
200 by 200, so.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why I agree with, what Commissioner Yates is saying. Plus, what we just went through on slide 5, we're talking about 2.2% average growth per year in our property taxes. And then we have new developments that come in that adds towards that. Now, we obviously know that the more houses that we have, and we have some at 100% already capacity at our schools, that we have to look at that, which costs money. But, you know, I just think it's working good. And if we're comparable with other counties, there's no need to fix something that's not broke. So, all these things kind of come to us anyhow when we look at that. And, basically, if they have it and they meet the requirements, they can go back and, you know, get it anyhow, even if we choose to, you know, stalemate it. So I'm like Commissioner Yates. I just assume, you know, keep it easier on the citizens, and, you know, that's my 2 cents, so.
We have to consider not only what's easier on the citizens, but the only way we can control density is with these lot sizes. And so if you approve the lower lot sizes and you keep getting these developments coming in here instead of in Rowan County, then we're going to pick up the education of all these people. And some time ago, it was said that you had to have a $250,000 house to support 2 kids in a school system. And a lot of these houses are not going to make that. So you're going to wind up subsidizing those that are under 250,000 for the school systems. And schools are not cheap to build. We saw that whenever we built this one up in Oak Grove, both of them. And, you know, I think that our planning and zoning department has got some good ideas, and they have researched the thing, and I would be more inclined to go with what their recommendations are than to go with the smaller lot sizes.
I agree with what,
Are you doing a floating lot size depending on what area in the watershed, outside of watershed, or you want to fix what lot size for all development?
We'd like to do it where if you're in a watershed, the density decreases because it's a protected area. It also happens to be the most pressurized area as far as developmental pressure. People wanting to live in these Arcadia, Midway, Abbott's Creek areas. Those are areas in the watershed. So that's where we're getting the most pressure for the development. So if we do put a lower density, which means a higher lot size, 40,000 square feet, it cuts down on the number of rooftops that are in that area. Whereas if you get outside of that watershed area, then things stay the same. They're at 20,000 now. They continue being at 20,000. That's traditionally been a less pressured area. Now, what could happen is as sewer has become more abundant, and if the pressure from Charlotte is coming up 85, you can see more developmental pressure may be occurring around the city of Lexington on those 50-acre tracts that you saw around the Lexington Township. And if that happens, then you'll see more development occurring because they can get a greater density around Lexington. So our proposal is to go back into the watersheds that we had from 1994 to 2015, keep that at 40,000, and then once you get out of the watershed, you can dip down to 20. And we'll get rid of the 15 as far as the lowest lot size with public sewer. We'll just make it 40 or 20. That's the proposal. Given what we know is where the pressures typically lie and what we assume will continue to come.
All right, let me mention this to you. I don't think we've had an influx of 20,000 square foot out in the county subdivisions, have we?
Oh yeah, they traditionally
we've had MXRs.
MXRs
right,
will utilize
that's where
that.
our problem lies. I don't see an abundance of
let me answer it this way, Mr. Yates. I think every subdivision that we're seeing that doesn't come before this board, just the traditional subdivisions, I think every one of them are at the 20,000, and that may have been what you're asking, because
and you could be, if we don't see them, then I don't know.
We're seeing them, and when they come across, we don't see developments that are 40,000 anymore, unless it's bad soil. If there's bad soil.
You wouldn't, but I'm saying, I mean.
If the soil's good, the developers will go to the bottom of the lot size. That's what they're wanting, because that's where the greatest yield is. So we don't see subdivisions coming in right now that say, hey, I know the county's at 20, but we're gonna do 40. We don't see that. If it says 20, they're going for 20.
But I'm saying most of what we see.
Oh, yes, what you see is the MXRs.
MXRs, and that's where we see that's where.
That's the big impact, yes. Those are the big farms that are coming, and of course, you'll see one that you've already heard rumblings of that's going to be huge, and, probably in April.
I'm just thinking out loud here. I mean, I don't know that I want to go back to 40 in the watershed, but maybe 30. Split it in the middle. You know, you're at 20 now, and you was at 40. Let's try 30 for a while. Maybe y'all disagree with that, and you can tell me why. But going to the MXR, maybe a 20,000 square foot lot in there.
Well, the reason I would disagree with the MXR going to the lot size
it could be, yeah,
is that we're in favor as a staff of allowing a big footprint on a large tract of land, but leaving a lot of undisturbed properties. We believe that is a product that is selling and that is a desire of
Well,
people.
You're talking density then.
Yes,
so.
just density. And you know, whereas 20,000 square feet, I guess we would be against allowing someone or requiring someone to ask for an MXR, and inside that MXR you have a 20,000 square foot lot delineation. We're okay with them asking for an 8 to 10,000 square foot lot where the houses are right on top of each other, and you think, gosh, who would want to live in this? But there's a lot of people who do. And when they do, it seems all of these developments seem to go over well. They're better maintained than the traditional ones are, because the HOA gets involved and hires the outside to come in, and we have less complaints in the future about it. You know, it seems traditionally that the bigger the yard at times, the more complaints we will get eventually, junk vehicles, things like this that you can imagine. But so the MXRs are something that we approve of. We agree on the staff level that they are a good thing. But the densities of them may be overzealous.
So when you say densities to the 3, go 2.5.
You could do that. Yeah,
I mean, but what that comes back to is lot size.
Well, it
all reverts back to lot size.
Lot size is the only way you can control that density. Right. I
guess so. It all depends on how much bad property you had that was undevelopable.
Mm-hmm.
Really, probably would play into that.
There's one other thing is the lower the lot sizes, the more you're going to have to deal with this runoff problem in subdivisions, as opposed to the larger lot size. If you got larger land mass and less asphalt, you're not going to have near the runoff situations that you have in the lower density areas. And unless we have a stormwater program, we don't have any way of dealing with that.
That is true. I mean, if you spread the rooftops out and allow enough grass to grow, then the water will have a place to dissipate. The closer the homes are, the more stormwater it produces. Here again, in these MXRs, we try to plan for those to where they have, when they run off the streets and the houses that are packed together, there should be enough undisturbed land, especially if there's a creek nearby that we can drop it into, that they tend to take care of themselves. But on the traditional subdivisions, the larger lot sizes typically help in the stormwater aspect of it.
And on the MXRs, I was just thinking, and you guys do this every day, but if you could say a percentage of this development could be MXR, instead of letting the whole piece of property be that, does that make sense to you?
It makes sense. If it's 200 acres, you allow 100 acres to be used MXR, and then the other 100 to be
with
traditional
more density,
or whatever.
More density there in this area, so you ain't doing the whole thing. I'm just trying to cut back on.
Mm-hmm. I know the impact has been greater now than what we're used to. We're used to dealing with subdivisions where they would come at 25 lots a piece. Now we're dealing with hundreds. And
this ain't gonna stop. The property's cheap here compared to
it is.
Charlotte area and that. I mean, they gonna come here and people can buy a house a lot cheaper, you know?
We've just seen it where these, the builders are different now too. These are what they call tract builders. They're coming in, they're nationally known, and all they need is local developers. The developers develop the land and then sell all the lots, and they're going to the next tract. It's a system that's started now where we may see the same developer 4 times in a year do 4 different subdivisions, and then he's gone, and the builder's taking on the risk of building all the houses and selling them. The builder is so large, he doesn't worry about the risk. So, you know, we don't have a lot of accountability with the developer after he's put the roads in and he's gone, he's on to the next project. But what that does is it makes these developers, whereas in the past, they would do a development and they would work on it for half a year or more, and then they would go, now you've got the same developer, he's buying one tract, and as soon as he gets approval, he goes and buys another one because he knows the most he can get, he can work on them all at the same time while he knows a builder is going to take all the responsibility later. All that being said, it just shows you that we have a developmental community that is buying everything they can get their hands on that's available. I don't fault them for that. But the lot sizes really come into play, or the density comes into play, because I've got 4 of them ready now that are going to be, you know, coming to the planning board. Same developer. So it's just, these things are not going to lessen. It just depends on how do we want to see it. When everything's developed in Davidson County, what's our density that we want? Do we want, you know, 2 per acre? Do we want 1 per acre? Do we want, you know, 3/4 of a house per acre? That kind of thing.
Can you go back to the 85%, and maybe Debbie can do this for you?
Of the
85% of the school, yeah, because I wanted to see how many tracts of land was available. So do we have that one where we can see how many tracts of land's available?
Well, you would see that in 85, you would see in the 85 that the schools that are, you've got Tyro and West, of course, and I'll go to the Tyro Township and show you that, and then of course Abbott's Creek and Arcadia Midway.
Wahlberg.
So yeah, and really if I go to Arcadia, which is your Friedberg and Midway, you'll see on the screen there the amount of land that's available. And if you go to, let me go to, there's Midway. Oh, I see, that's the one that, yeah, there was Midway. Has a lot more available that would work with Midway Elementary and things like that. And then I don't have Abbott's Creek, but I have Lexington and Tyro. Right there's Tyro. That is still available to the tracts of land that are available to feed the West Middle and West High.
And I guess what I was wanting to see is if we would just about have to touch every school if the growth got out of hand. You know, it ain't like you can build one new one. I mean, because the tracks are spread out, so.
Yeah, it definitely, I know that West, when I heard that West was at 95, West Middle, I think, or West High, no, Tyro Middle, I think, is at 86% or something like that, and I knew that with what we've just approved already, that's already on the books, not even thinking of the 1,000 lot one that's coming in a month, they're all going to be feeding into West, and that's, without a doubt, that's going to impact future plans for West Davidson. But the areas that we're seeing the most growth are Tyro, Arcadia, and believe it or not, the Reedy Creek, the North Lexington area. Those areas, if you go to Beesecker Road right now, or where the charter school is, 119 lots that's being developed for Dalsetto. It came before the board last year. You know, that'll feed basically North Davidson schools, but it's still, there's a lot out there that y'all have approved that haven't even broke ground yet or hadn't built the first house yet, and we're going to have an influx of that. They're all going to start coming on board at the same time.
And I remember when we approved that one, they said we had plenty of capacity with the school system.
Well, and those schools, I think, are fine. I think Welcome's fine and all of that. I don't think that Dulcetto is really gonna impact.
North fine?
North is fine, yes. Oak,
I heard it was still pretty full, even though we moved from.
well, Oak Grove is already at 74% or
Right.
something like that. It's brand new. So, I mean, there's, the school capacity doesn't take long to jump. I mean, I think the smallest, amount I saw was Tyro Elementary. It was like 59%, but everybody else is higher than that.
You remember what South Davidson was?
I've got them. South Davidson Middle is at 59. South Davidson High is at 48.
Wow.
How much?
48%.
Periodically, we've sent these numbers to you all, if you recall, and what we've got in the county is just an imbalance. We've got a lot of schools south of Lexington that are underutilized.
Yeah.
What about Briar Creek?
Briar Creek, 45%.
Okay, thank you, that's good.
What about Fairgrove? Just curious.
50.
How's the Central?
Central Davidson, I've got Central Middle is at 84%. Central High, 76. Southwood, 65 for Southwood. Southmont, 51.
Looks like there's a lot of underutilization.
Below
Yep.
64.
And it's, that's a school system conversation. I mean,
Right.
I know it's, getting
Redistricting.
into all other kinds of issues of busing kids differently, et cetera, and
But when you're talking millions of dollars to build new schools, you gotta make some hard decisions.
Okay, go back to what your recommendation is.
Well, the recommendation from the staff is to utilize, if I can go back here to that map right there is good enough. That's going to be the watershed map.
Okay.
And our recommendation is to go back into the watershed areas and set the density at 40,000 square feet. Now, that's going to be your lot size unless you have public sewer and you can come and ask for another MXR, then you can have smaller lots. But overall, it's going to be one dwelling per acre. That's really how we're looking at this, is one house per acre in those watershed districts, where outside of those watershed districts, we maintain the 20,000, allowing people to continue to develop as they are today. That's the recommendation from the staff, knowing how we ran it 20 years ago and for the last 20 years, and then what we've seen in the last couple of years. And this is not only just from major subdivisions. These are minor subdivisions. We have developers out there that they take advantage of what we allow them to build little private roads, little private driveways that can feed 4 houses. Well, they can put half acres. They can buy 3-acre tract of land and build 4 houses on them. And currently now we're seeing that, and there's nothing wrong inherently with that, but that just adds to the density. Whereas if we go to 1 acre, it's it cuts down on the amount of land they can seek and they can produce on. But
I'm seeing a lot of that in
Yes.
our area.
Yes.
And South Thomasville.
yes, you're seeing more and more of the private road thing.
Land allowable on a 20,000, put 2 houses there, or?
You can only put, if you're just a traditional subdivision, you can put 1 house on 20,000 square feet, 100 by 200 foot lot. We're asking if this goes through, we would be saying you'd have to do that on a 40,000 square feet. It can be wider or it can be deeper to 400 feet deep. It just eats away more land, but it cuts down on the number of rooftops is really all it is. Some people would rather preserve the land. Others would rather save on the rooftops, the numbers of people that are coming to live in your area.
Scott, I want to make sure I've got minutes right. That's in the watershed, or is that everywhere?
That's watershed.
That
Watershed,
watershed is
40,000, and then
40.
20,000 everywhere.
20,000 everywhere else is the proposal. Now, of course, this will be a public hearing, and you'll hear from the developmental community at the public hearing on why you should not do that.
And Madam Chair, if I can just ask Scott a question real quick. Out of curiosity, the watershed areas, what's the classification? Is it WS4?
I've got 4 is Yadkin River, Tom Alex is a 3, UR is a 3, and Tuckertown is a 4.
Okay, because that memory serves me right. WS4 is it's allowable is 20,000, but you can go more restricted than that.
You can be more, yeah.
Been a little while, but
yep, it's 20,000 for 3s and 4s on the state level now. You can't go under 20,000 per lot size in the watershed.
The WS2, it's an acre,
yes.
2 acres for
yes.
You can't go under 20.
You cannot, not in the watershed.
State law won't allow that.
Even with public sewer,
yeah,
you can't.
So if we go along with your recommendation of the 40-20, we still go through the public hearing and this, and so there's a possibility we could change something.
Oh, absolutely. It's a text amendment, and the development community, which I've already been talking to them, not directly of what I'm proposing, but you know, they will come and tell you why 40,000 is bad and why you shouldn't do this, and they'll make good sense. So it may change the board's mind after you hear from the development side.
Yeah, I think it is a little bad.
Why would you go against, choose 40 over 30 in a watershed?
Well, with us, it's more of a simplicity thing and a density. When we look at the overall density size of the whole northern part of the community or the county, we look at it not necessarily as the when you say dwellings per acre, we like the simplicity of either 1 or 2. When you get down into the 3/4 of a house per acre, overall it can still be a good compromise. But it's difficult to educate the public on, well, you can't divide your property because you've got to have 0.67 acres to do it, to get another home, rather than just half acres or full acres. It's more of a perception, simplicity, education thing, but certainly it's a compromise, because when you look at everything over, I mean, it's like the original, the very first thing I had there. You can see I broke it down into well, that don't work on TVs, but you can see in the Randolph County, on a 50-acre tract of land, the density, if you're at 20,000, it's 100 homes. If you're at 30,000, you'll get 73 homes, and then 50 at 40,000. So it's still, you know, it's a compromise at 30,000, but it's one that we've never really enjoyed trying to explain or
basically a 25% reduction in density.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying. It's a compromise. It meets both sides.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
It can work. There's no doubt it can work, and it's just, and it may be what the development community overall says. Well, you know, we'll compromise with that, but
I mean, that's where I'd see it, and you know, again, I'm more concerned about the 20,000 square foot lots, whether they're in the watershed or not. I mean, that's where your problems are coming from.
Mm-hmm.
There's where your density problems are coming from, if that's a problem.
Sure. Is there other information that I can bring back to the board, or anything of, you know, at this level, if we go forward through the public hearing process, even if we go forward with this proposal of 40,000 in the watershed and 20 outside, here again, we can advertise it that way, and you'll hear both sides of it at the public hearing, and you can make your decision at that time. But this is more of to give me an opportunity to say, should I even attempt it? If the board says, let's wait and see, let's see what the economy is going to do a year from now. I mean, we're at your discretion, but that's at this point. If you're ready to make a move, that's our recommendation.
So what is it now inside the watershed?
It's 20.
So we're not changing anything there.
No. Well, we are. If you give me the go ahead, we are going from 20 to 40 in the watershed. Right now, it's 20,000 completely anywhere in the county, watershed or outside.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe I'm thinking outside the watershed. You're 20,000.
It's 20 unless you have public sewer. It goes to 15, which is what you're saying is too small, and we can change that too at the same time.
You'll get where I'm coming from on that one? I mean, you can be a half a mile apart, or a quarter of a mile apart, or maybe closer. And work off of 20,000 square foot here, where you gotta have 200 feet across the street.
So you're essentially saying this is definitely gonna slow down some of the growth in the north?
I don't think it'll slow it down, it'll just decrease the numbers. We were told back in '94 when we went from 20 to 40, doing basically what I'm asking now, we were told, well, you've just ended development in Davidson County, and it doesn't. We've got too much of a draw here. We've got public water, public sewer, you've got the low tax rate, you got the schools, you're on I-85. They're going to get upset, but they're not going to walk away. There's nowhere to go. This is where they will still develop it, but you'll see less houses.
That's the case now. In the past, that wasn't the case at all. I mean, we just didn't have a big influx of people wanting to build subdivisions.
Right.
This is our first time having this trouble.
Yeah, this is unprecedented times that we're in now. We're talking to realtors, developers, mortgage lenders. They've never seen a time like this with the demand for housing in this county.
But the only thing I was saying, 30 is a compromise, and maybe bump it up a little bit on the lot size on the septic outside the watershed.
Bump it from 20 to
25. I mean, it don't have to be big. I'm just saying, and I don't know, but at least that takes some of that density away, And again, y'all may say it's totally wrong, but I mean.
Well, and here again it goes. It's easier to stay in the big numbers, whether it's 20, 30, or 40. When we get into 25 or 35, I'd like to
I know
stay.
That is, but we do math every day, so it's not the end of the world.
I understand. It may be that I need.
Sure, ain't hard for these developers because they know numbers very well too.
Yeah. I'm hearing that the density level that we're currently under is from the board's perspective is too high.
That's
so we
for
need
me.
to
I don't know how
we
the
need
rest
to
of them
adjust
feel,
it.
but that's for me. I see big troubles coming, and if you want to look at one, I guess what is it down in Monroe, or what's that county down there? Union. Really grew so fast that and it can happen like that.
Well, Johnston County next to Wake, I talked with them, and they did 40 developments last year during COVID. 40 of them, and some of them are well over 200 apiece. That I can't comprehend that. I thought we were overwhelmed with 10. So there's sections of the county, the Charlotte, and the census that will come out in September is going to tell us that 200,000 people moved to Charlotte and 200,000 people moved to Raleigh in a decade. That's 20,000 a year. So the North Carolina is growing unprecedented, and we're caught on that corridor. The triad's not growing as fast, but we're certainly seeing our share.
And the only thing that's going to save us some, we don't have sewer everywhere.
Right.
And we don't have the available tracks everywhere.
Right.
That'll save us some.
And the development community will tell you that this thing goes in cycles. You're in a hot cycle right now, but it will wane. It will stop. You'll go through a period of 3 to 5 years where you'll see 3 to 5 developments. We just don't know when that'll be, and right now it's not. It's hot. They're bringing them to me as soon as land becomes available.
Well, the luxury is we can, if it happens and it dwells out like you're saying, and it falls off, then we always go back.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We can always change it again, like we did before, to encourage the development.
Right.
I'd like to see us do the public hearing on what the planning board what they want to, the figures that they put forward, and then when we hear the public hearing, hear the input that we get from the developers, and that might allow us to make a little bit better decision on exactly where we want to land.
You think you'll hear from a lot of people? I don't remember us hearing from a lot of people before.
You will hear from, it may not be a lot, but you'll hear from the developmental side. You'll hear from a couple of realtors that are realtors/developers that they will come, and they'll be very convincing and why they like it the way it is and all that. I mean, I can ensure that that side comes before you. I know who to contact that would be the first ones up here to say, here's why we like to stay.
I mean, you got the Home Builders Association, you got several of those organizations that.
Yeah, yeah.
I know why they like it better. That's by larger pants that accommodate that wallet.
Todd, what you're saying is where the board is saying 40,000, you're saying 30,000 in the watershed and 25 outside?
Maybe bumping up a little bit, inside the watershed, because, you know, just because you account for, I don't know how to say this really, but, yeah, 25 or something in the watershed, because you're making this group go way over what's stated by law. You know, law is 20,000 square feet, and you're doubling that. But yet over here, you basically have no control and say, well, we're gonna let you build 20,000 square foot in this area, so.
The idea is to push development put 40,000 to push development down into the areas that allow 20. That's the idea. Now, the pressure of where the development wants to be is up in those watershed areas, but that's where your congestion and you're getting your most complaints about density. But if you put the 40,000, development will still happen up there, but on a slower pace. But it will. Some of these tract builders, they'll start saying, "I don't want 40. Go somewhere else," and it'll push them towards Lexington if they can find the land.
But yeah, to answer your question, maybe 25 and.
I like Fred's suggestion. We can always negotiate. It gives us room to negotiate.
And that's good. We'll talk public here and have it out there.
Yeah. And go with the recommendation of the planning board. That's what my feeling. And if we decide we want to go lower, we can go lower. You know, before the public hearing, before we put it on for the public hearing. But they may come in here and they may not give us a big fit over 30. You know, in the watershed. Yeah, or they might not.
I can't understand that conversation.
But I remember I was part of dropping it from 40 back down because we had nothing going on.
Yeah.
Nothing. And hadn't had nothing for a while.
Right.
So we talk about 40-20 now then?
What you'll see is the proposal out of the planning board, I believe, will be 40,000 in the watershed, 20 outside the watershed. That'll be the proposal that's advertised. Then at the public hearing, I'll make sure that you hear from the other side. And then you can decide whether 40 is where you want to go or if you want to do something else.
That's good.
That's fair enough.
See, and I know the lateness of the hour, and I'll leave it up to the board. We still have I have a 5-minute presentation on stormwater, and then Mr. Crook has a 5-minute presentation on conditional zoning before we wrap it up. But it's at your discretion, whichever, we can do it now, or we can delay it to another meeting, but,
I think everybody's had enough for today.
Okay. All right, Lee, you okay with delay? Okay.
Maybe come back at the April 1st.
That'll be fine.
Informational meeting and
That'll be
finish it?
fine.
Okay.
That'll be fine.
Hate to drag it on.
The mind can absorb only what the rear can endure.
Let's see, do we need to say this into the other part too, or?
I'll produce something, I'll produce another document for the April.
5 minutes before we go into closed session.
Yes, okay. We're gonna
Good, 'cause I need to
recess for
run
5.
I'm
I'm sure you might be in need of.
pretty
Commissioner Elliott? Commissioner McClure?
I will go ahead and say yes, but I had the comment that I was making about, going ahead and getting somebody, but I'll hold off on that. I'll go ahead and say yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shell? Commissioner Shores?
Yes.
Commissioner Truul will be a yes since he's not been excused. Commissioner Yates, or Vice Chair Yates will be a yes since he's not been excused. Chair Watford?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fry, please provide a report on today's closed session, if you will.
My understanding from having conferred with the county manager, that the board gave the manager direction for further action on this matter.
Thank you.
Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn, second. Roll call vote. Hold on.
Commissioner Elliott?
Yes.
Commissioner McClure?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell? Commissioner Shores?
Yes.
Commissioner Truul will be a yes. Vice Chair Yates will be a yes. Chair Watford?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank y'all again.